Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Once again, you're listening to World Combat Sports. Hell yeah, it's Saturday. You know what it is. Fight night is on deck. One of the biggest fights to close out the year. Errol Spence Jr., Danny Garcia. And, my thumbnail is what it is. I don't give predictions like that. You probably won't ever see me giving prediction, videos because they're pointless, y'all. Giving predictions is pointless because time to prediction goes the other way. Somebody got an excuse. You know what I'm saying? There's no need to do a prediction because most of the time people kind of lean towards the favorite anyway. What was the predictions when Andy Ruiz stopped Joshua? Everybody was like, Anthony Joshua, he's just too much. Ruiz is a last minute replacement. There's no way that he can defeat Joshua, who's been in there with the likes of Klitschko. You know what I'm saying? Alexander Povetkin, Carlos Takam. Everybody was like leaning towards the favorite anyway. So is it really a prediction? You know what I'm saying? Is it really a prediction? Shout out to everyone in the live chat, man. You know what it is. Tone in the building. Salute, my brother. What's good? And also, I want to touch on the individual out there in Texas, man. I'm not that guy to do videos on people. Me and him got a history. He's talking shit behind my back. You know what I'm saying? I went to Texas twice. Nigga didn't do shit. I just want to talk on it though. Because, he keeps going in on, one of my favorite fighters, Deontay Wilder, for no damn reason. But this is about Errol Spence. The first half is about Errol Spence, right? Because I look at it this way. Errol Spence Jr. and Danny Garcia. Does it bring us any closer to a unification in the welterweight division? Are we even considering anything that it has to do with someone facing Terrence Crawford, Manny Pacquiao? We don't fucking know. We don't really know what's going to become of this. We understand that the matchup is nice and everything. Very well matched, skill for skill. A lot of people are giving Errol Spence the edge because he is a unified champion. And, he has proven to go in there and put on some entertaining fights. Real talk. And then Danny Garcia is tailor-made for Errol Spence, style. He's not Mikey Garcia. A lot of people are saying that Mikey Garcia went the distance. So Danny Garcia is a better boxer than Mikey Garcia, has a better chin, and he may have a lot more success standing in the pocket trading with Errol Spence. We did see Sean Porter be able to turn Errol Spence out at will, get in close and go to the body, land some solid shots that at certain points in the fight, it seemed like it did slow Errol down for a split second. But one thing I can say about Spence is he has a good poker face, dog. Now I'm not diluting his toughness. I'm just saying Errol Spence has a damn good poker face because if you hurt him, you'll never know it. Yeah, we're not talking about the fight of Larte back in the day when he might have been in the growth process and he got folded. He damn near got folded like a lawn chair. But we're talking about as his growth and what he at now as a fighter. The fights that he's been in there, even with Kell Brook, you really couldn't tell his expression or anything like that. Yeah, he was hurt. That's a good poker face right there. That's a solid poker face by Errol Spence. But this fight right here, man, I was thinking to myself, I was like, what does it even matter? Because this, Errol Spence said he didn't want to tune up coming back, right? But then his camp came out and said, yeah, we want a different fight. We're not going in there with a tough opponent or whatever have you, right? But we really don't know where's this fight leading to. We're really lost. Boxing fans are exhausted, including myself. And of course, consensus is very limited in what I'm speaking and covering as far as the scope. But I'm saying we're lost. We're really lost. Like, we're happy in understanding that the fight is going down tonight. But ultimately, we want the climactic moment like we had in the 135-pound division, the lightweight division. We want that motherfucking confirmation that, hey, guess what? We're getting this fight next. That's what we got from Teofimo Lopez and Vasily Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? Super welterweight, Jamel Charlo, Jason Rosario. It popped out of it popped out of nowhere. A unification bout. Let's see it. Boom. It happened. Now it's only a matter of time before he faced the winner of Patrick Teixeira and Brian Castellano. Okay. But no one's really talking about that super welterweight fight. They're talking about the welterweight division. This is what we want to see. This is what we're talking about. And this is what means the most to us. But goddamn, dog. You just sit up here and you just thinking about this welterweight division and all the damn talent. It seems like it has all the primary players in place to make this shit pop. You know what I'm saying? It seems like you got all the big names. Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, Sean Porter, Keith Thurman, he's still up there. Danny Garcia, and some others that's moving up in the chain. But for him to come back and face Danny Garcia, and we really don't have any. I haven't heard too many people talk about this at all. I haven't heard anybody. What's after this fight? Where do we go from here? Because I think this fight is going to close out the year with a bang, and we ain't going to get shit else to start 2021. Like, no one's talking about Manny Pacquiao coming out. Last time he fought was July 2019. No one's talking about shit. When is Manny Pacquiao fight? Who is he fighting? What is he doing? Besides politics over there in the Philippines, what is he doing? And then Terrence Crawford, I can't say for the lack thereof, him coming off the Kell Brook fight, that he ain't called out. He hasn't called out people. He just got to a point right now. He say, why should I keep on calling motherfuckers out that don't want to fight me? You know what I'm saying? And I get where he coming from, bro, because he's made it a point. But when I heard Errol Spence tell the commentator, say, stop the cap, and nobody's been calling you out for 2 years. Well, people been calling you out, Spence. You know what I'm saying? Fighters been calling you out, man. We know who been calling you out. Once the shit took online and Bud Crawford jumped out of character and he went to Twitter and, they was sitting up here putting you on blast and everything, had the media waves echoing, you venting. And then somehow, some way, you and Errol Spence spoke. And then Bud calmed it down and said, okay, we're going to fight. He's a good dude. We're going to fight. But then I see, I'm looking at him coming off the Kell Brook fight, and Errol Spence come out the blue and say, well, I don't want to mention what Bob said, but the proof is in the pudding. So you fighting, or are you talking again? Because I'm confused. The fans don't know where the fuck this fight is going after this right here. After we determine a winner, and just say the winner is Danny Garcia. You think we're going to walk away without Errol Spence getting a rematch? Errol Spence is getting a fucking rematch. There's no way Errol Spence is leaving and then going to super welterweight and just saying, you know what, I'll deal with my belts up there. I'll deal with trying to unify the division up there. No, it's going to be a rematch because the money and everything else invested. Errol Spence made a declaration and said he wanted to unify the welterweight division. He will unify the welterweight division. That's his words. You know what I'm saying? So him moving up ahead of time, I don't see it happening. But if Errol Spence wins this fight, what's next? Because you're making excuses for Bud not fighting Bud. The proof is in the pudding. To be honest with you, Errol, I don't want to hear that shit no more, bro. Seriously, I don't want to hear this no more, man. Y'all are top 2 pound for pound in the welterweight. When I say top 2 pound for pound, both of you all are campaigning in the welterweight division. Both. Y'all are top 5 pound for pound, man. So why are you going to make it difficult in giving the fans a confirmation that after this fight right here, I want to fight Terrence Crawford? Or after this fight right here, I want to fight Manny Pacquiao. I really think Spence wants Manny Pacquiao for another big paycheck. I think Spence is trying to collect the most money as possible because, believe it or not, he is on the backside of his career. Errol Spence is on the backside of his career. You can say what you want. But Errol Spence is, after his third professional fight, he dropped down to 47. He's been campaigning in welterweight since then and trying to establish his legacy. He is not a great fighter. Whoever's putting him amongst the greats, I don't know, what your taste buds are like, but obviously you've been lighting up some good shit. That Mike Tyson dispensary. He's working himself to be that. How can you be great off a resume like this and just 2 titles? I'm just keeping it. And coming off a freaking conversation with some other people in the group, I don't care if you get upset. It's just you need to understand that Errol Spence's resume and what he's done in boxing is not considered great. I still believe wholeheartedly that Terrence Crawford's resume supersedes that of Errol Spence. What's going on, everyone in the live chat, man? TJ in the building. Salute WCS. This is going to be a hell of a victory for Errol. It may be his most impressive win to date. Yeah, for sure, man. I agree. It's the potential is there. You know what I'm saying? But also, I got to look at Conor Loco. He said I got Garcia for the upset. You know what I'm saying? This is where this fight is at right now. You have people going for Errol Spence because he's coming off the accident. And then you have people going for Danny Garcia because he may have lost to Sean Porter, but stylistically, he match up really nice with Spence. Seriously, that's crazy, ain't it? But look, that's the sweet science of boxing, man. I'm telling you, that's the sweet science. Like, because one fighter, he wasn't able to get it done with Sean Porter, who has a certain way of fighting, but he chose to switch it up against Danny Garcia. Came in different against Errol Spence. But see, Danny Garcia, he's not going to make a drastic change to his skill set stepping in there with Errol Spence. He's going to change some things up, but his style matches up well with being able to, trade in the pocket with a lot more discipline, in my opinion, than Sean Porter. Because sometimes Sean Porter just rushes in and he's swinging. You know what I'm saying? The left, right, and cadence, and he's just spinning all cylinders. With Danny Garcia, he can kind of set that up a little bit better if he doesn't wait too long. And he has a respectable chin like Porter. See, Porter, in the eye of the storm, Spence seen it and was able to catch him with the left. That's discipline. That short left hook, I have to give, that's discipline with Spence. Danny Garcia is going to have to be a step above. He's going to have to understand that it's going to be some times he has to take risk. He's going to take some of the same risk Sean Porter took in that fight, but he's going to have to do it in a more strategic manner that's effective. Once he gets the opening, Danny Garcia needs to make sure he take full advantage of it, but with discipline, not recklessness. It has to be with discipline and not recklessness. It has to deal with technique, timing. D Hodges in the building. Salute, man. 21 strong. What's good? What's good? Ken says salute to the wrenches, salute to the chat, smash the like. You know what it is, Ken. Appreciate you, bro. They both want Pac-Man. Okay, we're gonna talk about that. Okay, they both want Pac-Man. They ain't saying that shit, man. They both might want Pac-Man because he brings the Filipino nation, and we all know the Filipinos support their fighters. But we don't even know when Pacquiao is fighting. We have no clue who's next after this fight. We don't know. Why don't we know? We knew who was fighting after Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin. I mean, Canelo Alvarez and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., we knew it was going to be Gennady Golovkin and Canelo Alvarez. We knew that already. Why can't we make a fight and then have a fight on the horizon for the winner of this fight? Why? Because it's dependent on the accident. A lot of questions. People are kind of afraid to make a fight after this because it might be considered looking over opponent. But negate that, omit that from the narrative, right? And let's look at it this way. What about the fighters themselves? Danny Garcia cannot look past and talk about other fighters because he's happy to be in this position. And he's going in there with a tough fighter in Spence. But for Spence, he is one of the fighters who is a lot of people are picking to win this because Danny Garcia lost to Sean Porter, who lost to Errol Spence. All right, we got that. But when it comes down to even Errol Spence calling out one of these two, like we don't even know what the fuck is happening for the first quarter of 2021 with the welterweight division. This is one of the fights we're hoping take place sometime next year, and it don't seem like it's going to happen. That's why you look at my thumbnail, if we're going to get Pacquiao versus Crawford or the winner of Spence Garcia going to face Pacquiao or Crawford. Which one is it going to be, man? It's confusing. TJ said, I disagree. Bud said he wants Pac first. So is that cool? Bud and Errol Spence has mentioned Pacquiao's name, right? But Bud has probably mentioned Pacquiao's name to get the WBA title so his negotiation leverage will be a bit more, than what it is right here, because Spencer's trying to say 60-40. But Crawford is like, if it ain't 60-40 in my favor, bro, we ain't taking the fight. I ain't fighting you. But Bud, looking at Pacquiao, of course Pacquiao's a good fight for Bud. 8 division, come on, man. That's a Hall of Famer right there, still active. He just haven't hung up the gloves yet. Hell yeah, that's a good paycheck for Crawford. But can he make it happen, man? Who is Pacquiao waiting on? Who the hell is Pacquiao waiting on? Is he going to wait on Spence to see if this fight happen? We're going to hear post-fight. I'm looking to fight Pacquiao next. Oh, we're going to hear Spence say, okay, me and you, Bud, let's go. Let's give the people what they want to see. Because I'm going to tell you where I'm at with this, right? Let me get some of the comments right quick. No, not at 47. TJ at Kano, I bet you 100. Kano, I don't gamble. At Kano, would you have Danny if Errol never had the car wreck? That's a good question, 21. Let's see what Kano said. I'm not taking the accident consideration at all on my prediction. Okay. So he's basically, erasing the accident ever happened. I get it. I understand. Accident so long ago, we should be at 100. I don't know, man. That shit was serious, bro. Like, that shit was serious, man. Like, I don't like bringing it up, but let me post a picture up here now. He should be at 100. Listen, I told you I ran bikes for a long time, and I had accidents. I had on a helmet though, but if I didn't have a helmet on, neurologically, I would be messed up, man. He was ejected from a car, and you can see the way he looked. That's head trauma. That's head trauma. Now, the abrasions tell me that he hit the ground and slid a little bit because of the scabs that's on his face, right? But what happened internally? What's really going on with the CT scans? Because he had to go to more than one doctor. So if one doctor tells you, okay, your shit came back good, why several So had to go to several doctors and see what they had to say. I cannot take this, to be honest. I can't sit up here and say, okay, I believe it's nothing internally to happen to him except soft tissue damage. I can't say that. The reason why I can't say that because me running bikes and seeing people take damage with helmets on and still fuck themselves up. It's hard for me to say that looking at Spence's picture right here. Like that's like look at that, dog. That picture tells a lot. As a story to that shit. I think, and then I heard that he was back training in February of this year after the accident. If that's true or not, I don't know, man. I think Garcia specifically fought Red Catch to get some work in with the southpaw since he already knew he was going to face Spence. I can take that. I mean, Red Catch, he went to distance with Red Catch, put in some rounds. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Nobody's really looking at that as being crazy, a crazy fight for him. But yeah, I can take that. You know what I'm saying? I understand where you're going with that. Ace Boogie, what's good? Salute to you, bro. WCS salute. Spence 8-4. Spence being drunk saved him. Yeah, man. In a weird way, it might have saved his life. Real talk. Being intoxicated, it might have saved his life. And after I read these next comments, I'm gonna tell you why. Arrow and Bud do a 2-fight deal. That's what I'm saying. They have to do a 2-fight deal, or they don't. But it would make sense for them to get that paycheck and attempt to do what Floyd Mayweather did with Marcos Maidana. You know what I'm saying? Floyd Mayweather is one of the best at getting a 2-for-1. Errol beat death, so Danny would be no problem. I know it's easy for people to look at it that way. And yeah, some people have a new outlook on life and they say, damn, I survived something like that. Not to get off topic, but when I had my worst accident in front of my family, I was doing a stand-up Willie, right? I had my son and the missus driving beside me. So I'm doing a stand-up Willie and shit. I'm looking over at my son. He was like smiling and shit. So I turned back around and I really start, rolling back on the throttle, brought that shit down because a curve was coming up and it got swirly on me, which is called a tank slapper. It's a shimmy that happened. It wasn't so much the speed I was going. It was just the road. I was on the outside of the road and it was a little bumpy. So when I brought it down, I went into a tank slapper and I come around the bend and the white truck is there. And all I remember is the white truck. So really I'm bracing for impact. I said, this is all bad. This is done. Boom. I don't remember shit up. Boom. I didn't hit the truck. All I know is, I was face down and I heard some voices and I came to, but during that time I saw the light. Like I did. I seen the light, y'all. Not to get too much in detail off topic, but when I recovered, I wasn't any more fearful than I was before I had the accident. Like, I'm serious. Like, I didn't hop back on the motorcycle with less adrenaline than I had before. I just wanted to keep on going. I knew my limitations or whatever. Spence, on the other hand, is a different scenario than what I just told you, because mine dealt with actually riding a motor vehicle at certain speeds at certain times. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't a professional fighter. So when I had my accident, I was able to heal and then I was able to get back on a motor vehicle. I wasn't mechanically, off my body, using my body to go in the ring and box. So for Spence, him recovering from the accident in a car, I'm looking at it like his mindset may be, you know what? I survived this car accident. I'm happy, that I'm physically able, being that we seen Diego Corrales lose his life on a motorcycle. We know Paul Williams career ended from a motorcycle accident. It's been so many people that have accidents that they're no longer able to compete. But with Spence, does he look at it like, all right, God gave me a second chance? Is that the case? You know what I'm saying? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the only thing we can say, we'll see. But I don't believe, like, when you're at the top of your game and you're ballooning up in weight, and you going in here and saying, you know what, I'm making it harder on myself because I'm at 187, 189, dropping down to 147. I'm making it harder on myself, cutting weight, doing training camp and all this other shit. I get it. But then you have an accident where you're intoxicated. And then, you know, Derek James come in here and say, well, he's hitting harder than he's ever hit before. He's doing this, he's doing that. Okay. We're in an era right now, like we always been. You got to show me that. Show me you hitting harder. Because this is one tweet. And I need to grab it. I can't find it. I tried to grab it before this live because I did screenshot it. Yes, sir. I screenshot it, and I will find it before the night. I'm gonna try my best. But Errol Spence said, "No broken bones. I'm a savage." That right there kind of told me that he ain't learned nothing. He didn't learn anything. I'm just being honest with y'all. He didn't learn anything. When Spence came out with that "No broken bones, I'm a savage" tweet, to me, he didn't learn anything. Like, he still had some type of humor that he found with having a car accident and healing up a little bit and being able to go on with his life. Because if you really appreciate having a second chance at this world, why would you come out with a tweet say, "No broken bones, I'm a savage"? I have that tweet, man. I have that IG. Well, it was IG on Twitter. I have it, man. I screenshot the shit out that motherfucker, dog. I'm just trying to find out where the hell it's at. I know I have it. I'm going to have to find it. He was cleared medically. He is at full strength. Yeah, you know, it's a lot of doctors that clears fighters. We know that, Kano. We know that, especially when you're on the level of Errol Spence Jr. There's plenty of fighters that get cleared. Look at Israel Vasquez, who came back ahead of time, and his eye was still fucked up. And he ended up losing that same eye when he got out of boxing. We know fighters are cleared to come back when they still have pending or residual injuries from that, but their team, their promoter, you know, boxing is a sacrificial sport. Come on, Kano, we know this shit. Boxing is a sacrificial sport. Even on the regional level, when you get stopped in a fight, it depended on how you were stopped, on how many months they suspend you. But why doesn't that happen on this level? On the regional level in some states, you get knocked out, you suspended for like 30 to 60 days, depending on where you at. But when you see a fighter in MMA getting knocked out, you don't see them damn out of the sport for 30 to 60 days at a time. You see a fighter in boxing get knocked out consistently. Do you see them suspended for 30 to 60 days? Have we seen fighters that lost in the bubble in this pandemic come back and return early? How is that the case, man? I'm just saying, how is that the case for some people and not all? Crazy, I know your situation. That near-death experience bring you a kind piece. You learn from it. I had a similar accident on a motorbike hitting the car. Yeah, man. You know, like I said, I feel you, Ace Boogie. Not trying to get off subject, but at that point in time, you know, the lights go out. You never know you would have passed because your body at a certain point of understanding. The understanding is this is all bad. Your body shuts out. It's called blackout. Boom, you black out. So if you die, you never know. You know how they put dead on impact? Yeah, that's it. You black out. But for Connor, yeah, if he was cleared, cool. We just want to know who he was cleared by. I'm not saying he ain't 100%, but I'm saying, when it comes to medical clearance from these doctors, not all of them are, when it comes to an athlete like Spence, is going to sit up here and give the true diagnosis, man. They're not. If he has even minimal deficiency in his CT scan, where is it? You know what I'm saying? Where's his CT scans? Were they posted on Google? Did we see it? Just like people ask for evidence all the time. Anybody asking for Errol Spence CT scans? Anybody seen that his scans to approve that he is, 100%? We haven't seen it. Derek is supposed to say that. Yep. I remember that tweet. Has he been drinking since the accident? We don't know, Ace Boogie, for real. I don't know, man. It was one video out that, seemed like he was intoxicated, but I can't say he was intoxicated, because he's been talking different since the accident. Derrick James would not let Spence fight if he had doubts, bro. Yeah, I mean, people say that all the time. Even they say his father and everything. But I kind of slightly disagree when Derrick James would not let him fight, because Spence has to make a living. Boxing is a sport where people are sacrificed all the time. Come on, man. I'm not the only one who know this, man. Boxing is one of the most darkest places. Darkest sports that you can compete in, y'all. Come on, man. Y'all know this sport is a sacrificial lamb to a lot of fighters, even on the top level. Why do fighters always say, oh, I step in the ring and I'm not 100%. All of us got injuries. All of us fight with injuries. So if you was fighting with injuries, are we not understanding what needs to take place to be clear for medicals? What is clear for medicals? Do you have to do 100 freaking jumping jacks and some mountain climbers? No, right? So what do you have to be clear for medicals? You have to take a test. You have to take your medicals when it comes to your visuals. What is the test? Do you have to throw a certain amount of punches under 50 seconds? The medical clearance does not suggest that you have to bring in, all these high-tech doctors and take these tests where, the lights blink on and off, and you have to touch the lights, and you have to be able to touch a certain amount of lights at a specific time to pass a test of box, to check your competence, to check your reaction, to check and see if your brain is still there. We know that ain't the case. Being cleared for medicals, that's not the case, man. What about the women? The women have to be, they have to pass a pregnancy test, eye test. Do you think they checking for marijuana and shit? Are they checking for marijuana on the regional level like that? All those fighters is coming off the couch? Hell no. Primarily what they want to know is your eyes. You know what I'm saying? That's about it. This is a sacrificial sport, man. And I'm not going to sit up here and say, well, the trainers and the fighters don't have a talk. And he said, hey, Derrick, this is still feeling a little bit, a certain way right here, but I want to get back in the ring. You think Derrick going to say, nah, man, just sit this year out? Because Spence get paid, Derrick get paid. Jamel get paid, Derrick get paid. But see, Jamel haven't been in a car accident like that. Errol Spence, he don't want to get stripped of his titles. He don't want to sit a year and get stripped of his titles. He don't want to become the Keith Thurman 2.0. He want to go in there and fight. And a lot of times in boxing, you have to go in there and fight when you're not perfectly healthy. Man, we know this, bro. I can see if this happened 2 months ago, but he has had time to heal. Man, they say he was back in the gym in February this year now. When he had that car accident now. When he had that car accident, that's in my opinion, the way this picture looks. The way this picture looks. And for him to say he felt a little funny coming back in there and doing certain things, it tells me only time will tell if he rushed it or not. Only time will tell with that. James worked for Spence, not the other way around. If he won't train him, there's somebody else that will. That's true words. I agree with that. Well said. I agree with that. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Derek does work for Errol. If Errol say he's ready to go, a lot of people saying, well, Derek won't let him fight in the ring. I mean, fight if he's not perfectly healthy. How does Derek know the state of Spence's health physically unless he's there at the doctor's appointments? Sometimes these trainers don't want to know. They don't want to be privy to the information dealing with a fighter's physical condition, because now you are aware. You are aware that your fight is a certain way. But Derek James is a trainer. He's not part of the PR team. You know what I'm saying? He's not his manager. Derek's not his motherfucking promoter. Derek is his trainer. So I'm pretty sure Errol Spence does a lot of things outside the scope of Derek James. Errol goes to the doctor. He sits there, and then he might come back and tell Derek James, what happened, this and that, and the other. But like Ace said, Derek James works for Errol Spence, period. Just like Deontay Wilder just said that he the boss, and if the boss said don't throw in the towel, don't throw in the towel. So that's why Ace makes a solid point. I agree. I totally agree with that. He ain't fighting in February, bro. He's fighting tonight, way after the accident. Of course. Calibration, quantification, counting the months. Of course. That sounds a bit facetious, but we all know physically, him being an elite fighter coming off that win against Sean Porter, we have to take in consideration there, Kano, that no, he didn't fight in February. He's fighting tonight. But did you let your body heal enough naturally before stepping back into the gym to train? We're not talking about him training sparring. We're talking about him just training in general. Was there enough time that he came off that fight with Sean Porter in September? Him coming off the fight with Sean Porter and then having that accident. Was it enough time for him to heal with the right side of his body? Because that seemed like that took the blunt force of the impact of the accident. We would never know, because in boxing, a lot of fighters, like I said, fight with injuries. I mean, it's not hard, man. Seriously, that shit was brutal, man. I ain't gonna lie, that shit was fucking brutal. Real talk. So if I'm looking at this correctly, Spence, I don't know, man. He fought Sean Porter in September, right? So October, he had the accident. Okay, October. So he was in the hospital for several weeks. So we go November, December, January, February. So once again, we're saying October 10th, he's in the hospital. He's in the worst condition, the night of the accident. So he stays in there. Let's say he didn't step out. He didn't step out the house, to do anything, to walk and all that shit till November. So November, December, January, 3 months. Is 90 days enough time for him to regather, his functionality and get his mechanics together just with daily routines? Is it enough after coming out of an accident like that? And he's talking about he's training, to get back in there and start running. Man, y'all must think the body is motherfucking Robocop. Man, you ain't replacing body parts like that. If you replace anything artificial in your body that you wasn't born with, your shit operates different. We know that. We know this. You know what I'm saying? We know this, man. We know this shit right here. Real talk. You know damn well if something happened, let's say for instance, let's say for instance, you put your hands behind your back, right? I give you 15 feet. Matter of fact, 10 feet. I give you 10 feet. I tell you to close your eyes. And I'm saying this because, in the military, shit happens like this sometimes. I'm not going to go into any more detail, but put your hands together, close your eyes, and tell somebody to walk forward. First of all, you tell them put their hands behind their back, spin them around, and stop and say, okay, I want you to walk forward as fast as you possibly can. All you have to do is put your hand behind your back and walk forward into a wall or a tree. And that's with you walking. That's not the enhancement of a high-powered engine or a sports car. That's just you using your natural speed to walk with your hands behind your back and running into a stationary object. So imagine how it felt when you basically hit. You can put a nice little knot on your head. You can break your nose. You can knock some teeth out. That's what you just walking into a stationary object with your hands behind your back at your natural speed. So imagine being intoxicated behind a sports car and being ejected from a vehicle at a high rate of speed. You're talking about muscles, muscle tissue. We're talking about bones. We're talking about neurological damage, possibly from the impact. There's so many medical diagnoses that probably went on with that accident. It's not like he awakened and then they say, guess what, Mr. Spence? You're injury free. We have the chaplain on deck. Chaplain, come over here and say a prayer. This is a miracle. I don't see that being the case because there was structural damage with teeth being knocked out because he had to wait to spar for the screws to heal for his implants so he can put his permanent teeth in. So his teeth was knocked out. So where's his teeth located? Where his mouth is at, which takes us back to putting your hands behind your back and walking into a wall, stationary object. You knock your teeth out, break your nose, all that. Did he have any other damage to his nose? Did he have any other facial, damage? Oh, we don't know that. It's been over a year since the accident. He said he only broke teeth and had tissue damage. I'm sure he's fine. Yeah, we talk about it's been a year since the accident. That's amazing. That people say it's just been a year like it's nothing. Like y'all was there when the car actually, started to flip and Spence's body came out, was ejected from the vehicle. That's amazing how people from the outside looking in just want to assess someone's injuries as if that's the way the medical field works. If that's the way the medical diagnosis works, the examinations, it don't work like that. It's certain things you can put for the eye test, but listen, this ain't one of them. You thinking a year is enough? It's people been out the sport of boxing longer than a year because of an injury. And you just thinking, giving the eye test and say, hey, Spence, it's been over a year. But you have to understand, he started training You trying to tell me his body recovered in less than 90 days for him to start working out again and then get back into the sparring? You acting like it's been over a year and he hasn't been doing anything with his body. No, his body has begun to undergo the process of getting back into condition for boxing. That's all I'm saying. Like, it was a point in time when his body was deconditioned. He was just down. You know, he had all those painkillers, everything else. Nobody ain't gonna tell me that he wasn't on medication. Hell yeah, he was. All those teeth that was knocked out, he wasn't taking nothing. Yes, he was. Absolutely, he was. He wasn't just going cold turkey. Give me some hen. Somebody heat up some Crown Royal, please. That's our hometown remedy. Heat up this Crown Royal. That's what you take. Just drink this Crown Royal. That's going to take away the pain and that's going to help them gums heal. No, that's not the case, people. Man, dude was fucked up. Why y'all playing around, man, talking about it's been a year? Come on, you know how many people that was out of the sport for over a year for injuries? I guess that's the insensitivity, man, of boxing fans. Because when it comes to the sport, we want to show up and cheer for our favorite fighter and boost them up and shit. But when they get hurt, we want to give the eye test and say, "Oh, it didn't look like that. It hurt that bad. It didn't look like it hurt that bad." Like, perfect example, Malik Hawkins and freaking Darwin Price. From me looking at an eye test when he hurt his ankle, I say it don't look that bad. But once I heard the story, you know, when Kano gave the backstory, had him on his show, then I found out he had previous knee problems, but he was still in there fighting, knowing that he had injuries, and not the fact that he was working with injuries because he wanted to. He just, when it comes down to certain doctors, you know, assisting with you getting that shit cleared, doing it the right way, sometimes they botch the surgery. So now I have a clearer understanding that yes, some fighters fight and they're not 100%. But in that fight, he was doing great, knowing that his knee was fucked up. But just so happened he wasn't able to complete the fight. That's what I'm saying with this boxing shit. Like, some of this stuff that goes on in boxing, y'all really would never know the entire backstory until these fighters are out of the sport. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying. No, I'm just giving my opinion. He said, "Bruh, you act like you were there assessing his injury more than we are. Who's saying he's fine?" Look, all I'm doing is giving my opinion on what I saw as far as the video. You're more than welcome to go back to the replay. But when you're sitting up here, and I mean when you're placing comments in here and you're basically saying it's been a year, he's okay, I have every right to tell you that. Why are you sitting up here downplaying it? Why are you vilipending the fact that he was in a near fatal car accident and you up here saying it's been a year, man, he's good, it's been a year? I'm giving you my opinion that I don't think so based off the video. I mean, I don't want to say that's common sense, but if anybody's looking at that video and assessing how serious it was, then they're going to say, damn, could he actually be good in under 3 months to recover from an accident like that? No seatbelt, being ejected into the damn pavement or the grass, whatever he was ejected. Is he okay? Last time I checked, he didn't have a helmet on. I mean, seriously, the last time I checked, he didn't have a leather full body protector on. He didn't have a chest and back plate. He didn't have a roll cage in there. I mean, I've been following, you know, outdoor racing for a while. I mean, this is nothing new for me with motor vehicles, high performance motor vehicles. It's not anything new for me. You have to, like, before drifting came to the States, they was doing it in Japan. Some of the Japanese that I rode with on motorcycles had friends that actually drifted. They had a they had a street that had so much leather on it. I believe it was Ishikawa, I believe. And they go drifting down that street, and all you had to do is just hit the gas and then e-brake it, and however the drifters do it, and they can slide around the corners and do what they want. But also you had some that came up there, they had the roll cages, and they had them for a reason, because they pick up a higher level of speed and they flip their car. They don't worry about it. They go change the shit out. He didn't have no roll cage in that damn Ferrari or whatever he had. The man was ejected. Y'all sit up here acting like this man was riding a tricycle, goddammit, with a damn little air horn on that bitch. Dude was in a high end speeding in an accident, near fatal. And people up here just downplaying it like, hey man, he's good. It's been a year. What's going on, Seneca J? What's good? Mark Nash in the building, man. What's good with you? Salute to everyone that's in the live chat. Hey, we ain't gonna never agree on boxing shit, but I appreciate your input and everything. But really, no one can sit up here and tell me or convince me that Errol Spence is 100% after an accident like that. You have to have been in an accident, a motor vehicle accident, to understand the pain and the soreness that goes along with it, and the injuries, and how long it takes to recover. I'm just saying, if you ain't never been in an accident that almost took your life, I don't know what to tell you, bro. For real. I'm not here to sit up here and tell people what they ain't been in. I'm just saying, if you never been in an accident at high speed that you had no control of and you was injured, you might be far off from understanding the severity of what Errol Spence went through. Because I can say my accident and his accident is very similar. It's just the fact that I wasn't intoxicated. Me being ejected off a bike, we all know bikes don't have seatbelts. And when I got up and I had a big bubble, I had a motherfucking bubble right under my stomach from the handlebars, from my body hitting the end of the handlebars. And that shit was swelled up like a hematoma. Both inside of my thighs was bruised just from me clenching on, thinking that I was about to hit this truck. That's what happened in motorcycle accidents. Your body go through a panic phase where you try to hold on and clench on to every part of the bike, the left and right lever, the gas tank, everything. You brace for the impact. And both my inside thighs was bruised like I've been beat by something, like you fell down a mountain. Shoulder, soft tissue, knees, shoulders, all that. So I'm just looking at him with no helmet. I had on a helmet, thank God. I'm just looking at him, the speed he was going and everything else. And being ejected from the vehicle is tough. But anyway, after all that being said, my whole point for this entire video was the fact that we don't have a clear understanding as to where this fight is leading for the winner. I have Errol Spence still being able to win this fight. It's just a part of me that says that Danny Garcia has had the big moments and he haven't had any accidents like Spence. So I'm looking at both of these fighters. I'm balancing them, right? I'm balancing it. I'm saying, okay, Garcia's been healthy. He's been chilling. He haven't had any accidents, so he's still been able to fight. But when he stepped in there with the big names for the championship, he didn't get it done. When he went in there for the vacant with Sean Porter, didn't get it done. When he went in there with Keith Thurman, didn't get it done. We're excluding his vacant title fight for the welterweight division. He's excluding that shit because he only defended it once. And he didn't fight a champion for that belt. But then I look at Spence, who's ballooning up in weight, dropping down, still winning. And now all of a sudden he's saying, you know what, I have to stay more disciplined. I just look at him potentially, if he doesn't have any serious residuals coming from this accident, he might just have another layer of toughness. You know, he might be cut from a different stone when it comes to this boxing. He might. I'm not saying he's unbeatable. I'm not saying, I don't like to give my take on a fight and say, well, I think Spence is going to win, but my heart is with Garcia. I don't like when people say that because it don't make any sense. I think Spence is going to win, but my heart is with Garcia. Well, how can your heart be with somebody opposite of who you think is going to win? That's you playing both sides of the fence. You playing both sides, so you can't be wrong. No, be wrong, goddammit. Pick who you pick. If you want Spence, pick Spence. Want Garcia, pick Garcia. Well, I think Garcia has potential for the upset, but my heart is with Spence. I mean, come on, y'all. Oh, shit. What's good, Castro? What's good, man? Salute, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Man, listen, I already told you that, I'm going with Spence. I don't play the middle. I'm going with Spence, period. I just think Spence, with his history and everything, I think Garcia has not showed up. Does he have more motivation now? He's fighting for the unified titles. A third time a charm for him, potentially. I don't believe in a third time being a charm because these people done lost more than 3. You know what I'm saying? But I said Spence. Y'all hold on for a second. Oh, sticky stab. Yeah, that was a team of a fight I'm trying to get in a fight camp, man. Look a little promising. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get in this fight camp. Man, this is let me see. This is gonna be very interesting. I'm glad I got that phone call back. But that's another story, man. We'll talk game on that another day. I gotta, if the shit happen, man, it's gonna be wild. That's gonna be wild. It's a fight that's coming up, man. Want to get in that fight camp. But anyway, back to the damn conversation at hand. Yeah, I said Errol Spence, man. The difference, if you were not drinking, when you are drinking, your body is more flexible and prone to less damage. Now, I'm not sure where you was able to obtain that information. They're dead game boxing. But a part of that is correct. And the only reason I know that is from me and my dealings with racing and stuff like that. That is true. If it wasn't true, I'll let you know. But it is true. But it's partially true. It's partially true. Because in certain cases, if you are coherent enough, and I'm talking about without being intoxicated, you're able to make better decisions leading up to the impact. But then if you are intoxicated, like Errol Spence, and supposedly he fell asleep at the wheel, it places you in a worse scenario than you would be if you was awake and then you saw your car drifting off to the side and you were able to swirl out of harm's way. I mean, that goes without saying, but I get what you're saying. If your body is in flight, therefore, when it lands, you're not trying to resist the impact and stop the what they call the barrel roll with your hands, because usually they'll tell you some shit like this. If anybody who race cars, right, you have an accident, one thing they tell you to do is let go of the motherfucking steering wheel, because you hold on to the steering wheel and you crash, you liable to break both of your damn arms. So a lot of people that's on the track that understand racing cars, you let go of the steering wheel if you about to, impact a stationary object, which is a car, a wall, and all that shit, because you're buckled in and everything. So that's why I can say, partially that is correct. But when it comes to decision making, then that's a whole nother story. Because if you're intoxicated and you're in a situation, it might get a little bit worse for you because you're not even conscious enough to understand that you're in a more dangerous situation than you would be if you was coherent and swerving out the way. But your body being limped, having your body limp and not impacting, not preparing for the impact, it can save you some broken bones, possibly. But we don't know that because every scenario is different. Every scenario is different. When you're drunk, you're less capable of impacting. You're less capable of preparing for the impact than you would be if you was conscious. Just like on motorcycles, they tell you to freaking roll with the momentum. But a lot of novice, when it comes to motorcycles, if they lay it down, the first thing they try to do is what? They try to find a way to turn over and put their hands and try to stand up, which is a no-no. You just roll until you stop. You don't brace yourself, like you're trying to put your hands flat on the pavement, because you're going to lose your motherfucking skin and you're going to try to stand up on your knees. That's not going to happen. None of that shit. Just like when you're about to hit a car. If you're coherent enough on a motorcycle, you're gonna stand up on the footpath just a little bit, and you're gonna try to brace for the impact and try to jump at the last minute and allow the momentum to take you over the car. That's the real experienced motorcycle riders. If you running up on a car at high speed on the intersection and there's no way to bail out as far as left or right to avoid it, you better clear that motherfucker, because your body in the car is gonna win every time. Anyway, back to the topic. UD Garcia wins. Does he get any credit? Yeah, he gets credit. Garcia gets credit, because the reason why he's going to get credit is the fact that Errol Spence is saying he's 100% and everybody else saying he's 100%. I want y'all to keep that same energy. Same energy now. Don't sit up here and say, he had an accident. He just didn't want to say, no. Spence said he's 100%. He's 100%. I don't want to hear nothing else. If Spence, Derek James, and everybody else on here saying that Spence is 100%, and then Garcia end up beating him, people want to say, well, he wasn't 100%. Come on, dog. No, we want that same motherfucking energy. Don't come with anything less. Give Danny Garcia his credit for becoming the unified champion and getting the upset. And let's wait for the rematch. Because I don't see no ifs, fans. I don't see no way that Danny Garcia is going to come in here and defeat Errol Spence and without a rematch. I truly believe that rematch is going to happen. Real. But I want to share screen with. Look, I want to before it gets too late. I just want to touch bases on an individual that I used to deal with, but he was, I gotta put this cat on notice, man. And a lot of y'all know him, but I gotta put him on notice because this was one of the biggest Errol Spence lap riders. He was what you call a cockologist to the motherfucking tilt, a professor People who support one fighter, but yet call other people bandwagon riders or dick riders are some of the most hypocritical individuals you'll ever meet in your life. Because they so motherfucking blind, they don't care about what they doing. They're just out here to support and lap ride another freaking fighter. Y'all know who this individual is, but all of a sudden we're talking about a dude who supported Errol Spence to the. I mean, I'm talking about he couldn't do no wrong. Errol Spence, Errol Spence that, Errol this, Errol that, Errol this, Errol that, and then he was fucking people over, talking shit, and then it end up exploding in his face. Because I told people with a mentality like that, it's gonna be catastrophic. And it ended up being it. He ended up telling somebody allegedly, something about Derrick James. He hoping, Spence lose or whatever. It got back to the camp, and Derrick James was like, nah, I don't want to deal with this motherfucker no more. And then, got back to Spence, of course, and then this dude was on IG crying, begging, hey fam, come on, fam, come on, never do that. That's why if you're media, you stick to media. But let me get to the point, man. Y'all follow me on this. Follow me on this shit. Follow me, because this is the same. I went to his town. Look, this was when we wasn't cool. I tried to help this dude out before I even jumped online, y'all. I was writing articles, and his group was so ignorant that nobody was really worrying about boxing articles or talking boxing. They was all about reality shows and bullying members. If somebody wasn't, look, it's the same shit you see on the other channel. You know who it is. The same shit. If you want supporting Errol Spence, they say, oh, we're gonna go up here, all the damn admins go up here and jump on this motherfucker because they're not supporting Errol Spence. Real talk. Let's get right down to it, man. Y'all know who it is. Check this out. Come on, man. What's up? So this is IOTBA, right? Is you niggas fucking with me or no? Niggas can't like the goddamn post? Shit. Is that too much to like the goddamn post? Is it too much to share the goddamn post? Let me get to the meat and potatoes. About Earl Spence Jr. I don't like giving other groups shine, especially him. We don't talk so much shit about everybody. I have to put them on a little bit of blast for this. I have to put this exposure out there and help people understand this dude was one of the biggest carcologists out there for Errol Spence. But now everything he says about Errol Spence is with a question mark. And he came in and he dominated that fight. Straight, he dominated that fight. That's the position that Danny Garcia is in. Errol Spence, he's in a position to show everybody ain't nothing changed. I'm still the same. I'm still what they call the truth. He in a position to show people that. So you know what shocks me about people around the world from that 214, that Dos Uno Cuatro, that Dos Catorce, to across the pond? They get their panties all tight because we say we don't know what Earl Spence we're gonna see. But let me holler at y'all. Let me holler at y'all. Earl Spence said himself, if he was on the other side, he'll be saying the same thing. Crazy, right? Did he say that? Yes, I will be in the building. I will be in the building. And this fight right here is intriguing as fuck.
So when people believe in Earl will be victorious in this fight, do we step up and take on the challenge of the #1 pound for pound fighter in the world in Terrence Crawford? Do he? Should he? Is that the fight? If he is victorious? Now let's talk about Danny Garcia. Because I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what y'all say. If you motherfuckers tell me y'all not nervous, how you people who just think it's clear cut.
Here we go.
If y'all say y'all ain't nervous, y'all are some motherfucking liars.
So now he will put the doubt out there, right? Of someone being nervous. But back in the day when it came to Errol Spence, it was cut and dry. He was winning. He was beating everybody. He's the best. Cut and dry. No one can do wrong. No one. It wasn't no option, nothing. But since he ain't around, look, he ain't with that train no more. Then he want to give both sides of the freaking page. He want to write his own chapters. You know, he very cautious about turning on pages and telling people the truth. You know what I'm saying? The truth. No, you should have been telling the truth when you was a part of the team. But yet no one can beat Errol Spence. That's what he was saying. No one. No, nobody was better than Errol Spence.
To be undefeated forever.
Now, let me go back now. Let me go back.
Wow. If Danny Garcia wins this fight, think about this. Let this be full.
Isn't this what I said?
This is a possibility. If Danny Garcia wins this fight, he changes the landscape of boxing. Wow.
Sounds like my own words.
Now look, I know we want all our fighters, all the fighters who we like.
Now,
To be undefeated forever. This is boxing. Is Earl the True Spence Jr. supposed to win this fight? Absolutely. But how people thought about in boxing, it's wins and losses. It's only rare when fighters stay undefeated. Have y'all actually thought about that?
so now we supposed to think about a fighter being undefeated when it comes to him. Because when it came to Errol Spence, when he was supporting him and damn saddled up and arrow this, arrow that, arrow that, arrow this, arrow that. Every time you turn around, arrow. You know, I'm like, damn, dog. Now all of a sudden, you speaking to somebody not staying undefeated. Now you're placing doubt on Errol Spence staying undefeated, and then basically you want to feed the fans with it's very rare that a fighter stay undefeated. Now you're taking subliminal shots at Errol Spence because your support level has changed. You know what I'm saying? Your support level and not being a part of that inner circle, being kicked out of your gym, being basically exposed for who you truly are inside as a disingenuous individual and covering the sport. You really didn't cover the sport, you covered the fighter.
A fighter can't win all they fight. Shout the royalty boxing talk. Nah, but you know, yeah. We shout to my dog, Doctor. Let's think about this. What fight do we want to see? What is the #1 fight in the world that could happen right now? So I hope nobody don't ask me this no more. The #1 fight in the world that could happen right now is Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford.
We know that.
Deontay Wilder.
Check this out.
The he thought he was 50-50 with Anthony Joshua. Like, this dude couldn't even sell out 10,000 seats in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. He couldn't even sell out 10,000 seats in his hometown in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And this dude actually thought he was 50-50.
That's about as much as I can take on that. Really don't want to put too much of that on my shit. But you're talking about IOTBA, one of the biggest cockologists for Errol Spence ever on social media, found out the hard way that people ain't freaking loyal to you. And he really wasn't covering boxing. What he was doing was covering a fighter. He was just covering a single fighter. And he was trying to convince everybody that Errol Spence was the truth and no one could beat him. But in the process of him acting the way he was, not everybody, even in that circle, was going to support. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to say when Errol Spence is out here doing what he do. It was even point in time that Errol Spence was defending him. It was a point in time that the loyalty, I guess, was there. They saw the energy. And that's what's crazy about this, right? Just listen to me. This is what's crazy about this shit. Especially when it comes to brothers, supporting other brothers that's in the game. They pick and choose who they can relate to, who's supporting them and giving that full energy. They pick and choose selectively on who they want to consider to be real and who putting in enough work and energy. And a lot of this shit is new to me when I look at somebody like him and as amount of shit as he talked. And at that time, having a little support that he did for it to finally explode in his face, I'm wondering why did it take so long that you to understand that? Why did Errol Spence take so long to understand how this dude was? But now every time you talk about Errol Spence, it's damn doubt. You didn't leave. You didn't get put out the circle because Errol Spence lost. You know what I'm saying? You got put out the circle because you was talking and speaking in a malicious way about Errol Spence's team. And it got back to Errol Spence, basically saying, well, you hope Errol Spence lose so he can get another freaking trainer because you and Derrick James wasn't freaking working out. And when I thought, me and this knucklehead was cool, he up there talking behind my back and shit. But when I saw him out in Texas at the weigh-ins, that energy wasn't the same. I got receipts, but this ain't about him. I got the receipt from the time I was up there at the weigh-in, and when me and him ran into each other, the energy was different. But before that, nigga was putting my name out there real bad. This before I even started doing videos, y'all. Like I was all about showing up to the fights. I wasn't doing no damn videos like that. I was just showing up to the fights and putting my content out here. That's it. But I'm just thinking to myself, people, how did he feel when Errol Spence had that accident? How did he feel? Did he feel that it was karma? Or did he feel bad for the Texan native? You know what I'm saying? To have an accident of that severity, and it might hinder his career. Because I don't follow him like that. I don't. But you like, oh, see, I told y'all, so and so this, so and so that. I just feel that he's one of the biggest cowards out here, when it comes to this boxing game. Errol Spence is gonna have to show up for Texas. He's gonna have to represent Texas again. Because what I like about Errol Spence is that he's getting the Texans to support him. He is, man. He's building up the following there in Texas. I like that, man. I like it even to a point where, we all imperfect as human beings. But if he's able to build up and continue to have fights in Texas and get those big paychecks and get Jerry Jones to stay on board, because that was a big deal for Spence. When we saw Jerry Jones supporting him, we was like, oh shit. Jerry Jones supporting Errol Spence. Oh shit. That's cool. Because Jerry Jones got big pockets. Jerry Jones pockets are goddamn motherfucking the Arctic. You know, that shit, the depth of his pockets are sick. So when you know, we found out Jerry Jones was behind, and you know, he can only go up from there. A big part of me, man, I truly wanted to, you know, shoot this fight, man. I did. Damn. But then I look at it like everything happens for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Everything happens for a reason when it comes to, you know, certain things in life. I don't really go off that. I don't think, you know, one missing out on something prepares you for another. I don't look at it like this. But this fight right here, would this fight present itself if Errol Spence wouldn't have had an accident? I don't think so. If Errol Spence coming off that Sean Porter fight, I don't see him fighting Danny Garcia if he didn't have that accident. Danny Garcia wouldn't have got this shot. Danny Garcia would not have gotten this shot with Errol Spence coming off that win with Sean Porter. I believe we would have seen him fighting Pacquiao, to be honest. I truly believe Errol Spence would have fought Pacquiao because Pacquiao will be 42 years old this month. And Errol Spence would have went in there and won that fight. Then it would have presented him with the WBC, WBA, and the IBF title. Then they could have made that fight with Terrence Crawford for the Undisputed. So who really fucked up that dynamic? Who really fucked up the flow, the rhythm and flow in making this happen? I think it was Errol Spence to a little point, because I think Errol Spence potentially could have got that Pacquiao fight before Terrence Crawford. But due to the accident, now there's a wedge. Now we're trying to determine if now, after this fight with Danny Garcia, to open up 2021, will Terrence Crawford somehow be able to work out a deal to get a fight with Manny Pacquiao? I think Terrence Crawford should attempt to make the fight with Manny Pacquiao and not be worried about the numbers to an extent. Make him worthy of who you are as a fighter. You know what I'm saying? Make the value presentable, but to a point where you might take lower numbers just so you can get in the ring with Manny Pacquiao and get that belt, because ultimately the belt will suffice and become more of a relevant topic when it's you and Errol Spence negotiating for that Undisputed. If both of y'all have two belts, Terrence Crawford, WBO, WBA, Errol Spence, WBC, IBF, then it becomes more so a 50-50 type range that we're negotiating. If Errol Spence look at Terrence Crawford with two belts and say, I still want 60-40, I'm really going to feel some type of way, adversely, derogatory. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be a bit more cantankerous when it comes to speaking about Errol Spence. I'm already feeling a little agitated. But as media, once again, I really don't latch on, but I try to report as much as non-biased as possible. But when I'm looking at Errol Spence, it kind of sat with me wrong that he brought the Bob Arum shit into play. Like, I mean, different sides of the street. Go get a title. You know, you tell them motherfuckers to get a belt first. So then you get a belt, and the story plays on the same way all the fucking time. We heard this shit. But when you said that stuff about Bob Arum falling Crawford's win over Brooke, I'm saying that's petty, dog. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's petty. Why are you talking? Why are you placing a cloud over what the boxing fans truly want to see? They want to see Spence Crawford. So why you keep on trying to diminish Crawford's value? Why are you saying 60-40? Why are you making it about money and not the undisputed? Because ultimately you say you wasn't moving up to 54 until you get undisputed. I don't see Terrence Crawford losing anytime soon. I don't see it. So in order for you to get the undisputed destination, that's your destination to become undisputed welterweight champion, you have to go through Crawford. So one or two things going to happen. You're going to fight Pacquiao, and then you're going to have to come see Crawford. And even if you try to make it about money, I don't think Crawford is going to budge just to go in here and say, you know what, I'm going to take this less money just to go in there and show people I can whoop Spence ass. He's a 3-division champion, former undisputed. I don't think Crawford should do that because ultimately, when we look at it, his career is better than Spence right now. Terrence Crawford is going to be a future Hall of Famer, period. Period. But for Errol Spence, he has not campaigned and became world champion in 3 divisions. He has not unified a single division. I don't care what route you want to look at. Errol Spence has not unified a single division for undisputed. He has not. The other half of it, according to how he looked with Danny Garcia, Crawford goes in here and get this fight with Manny Pacquiao. Then he would have no other choice. Once again, no other choice. Both of these leads to a dead end for Spence because Spence's objective is to become undisputed. Terrence's objective is to fight Errol Spence. Of course, if Terrence Crawford can become undisputed welterweight champion, he's going to take it. But his main objective is to fight Spence. Because pound for pound, you have 2 welterweight champions that's top 5 pound for pound, and people look at that shit. It's very rare that you had 2 top boxers be on the pound for pound list, top 5. Now, people look at the top pound for pound in another division, such as the middleweight, but Canelo Alvarez has been campaigning at a higher weight now. But it was Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin. When Manny Pacquiao was sitting at the back end of the pound for pound list, he had no belt. They had Manny Pacquiao, moonlighting at the back end of the pound for pound list just because he's an 8-division champion. And they wanted to build him up to face Keith Thurman. Now you got 2 lightweights on the pound for pound list. Before it was freaking Vasily Lomachenko sitting right behind Canelo. Now it's Teofimo Lopez and Vasily Lomachenko. Even though he don't have no belt, he's on the pound for pound list with 2 losses. Now, a lot of people might say, oh, what does the losses have to do? But you was on the pound for pound list as a champion before, a unified champion. Now you don't have the belts, your ass should be gone. The same thing with Alexander Usyk. He vacated his cruiserweight titles. His ass shouldn't be sitting at the top pound for pound the way he looked against Derek Chisora. Why is there one heavyweight on the top pound for pound list just off being a unified cruiserweight champion? Anyway, that's another topic. But the top 2 guys right now on that pound for pound list that people want to see fight is Crawford Spence. Don't look no other further than that. We already seen Teofimo Lopez defeat Vasily Lomachenko. He is the top lightweight in the division. Period. The next fight we want to see of the top pound for pound guys is Crawford Spence. Spence Crawford. Crawford Spence. Spence Crawford. Not Spence Pacquiao. Not Crawford Pacquiao. We want to see the top pound for pound in the welterweight division. Jose Ramirez and Josh Taylor are not even close to being on the list. Even though both of them are unified, in which we would want, in this particular scenario, we would want that scenario to be in the welterweight, with Crawford having 2 belts and Spence having 2 belts. Even though Jose Ramirez and Josh Taylor both has 2 belts, no one's really talking about them being undisputed and unifying the 140-pound division. People want to see this shit, y'all. People want to see this. Stop acting like it's not. Michael Johnson in the building. What's good? Crawford don't sell, and both these guys need to cut it out. I agree with the back end. Both of the guys need to cut it out. But listen, yeah, Crawford doesn't self-promote accordingly. Respectfully. He doesn't do enough. He isn't proactive enough. You know what I'm saying? He isn't user-friendly to the media. And the media hasn't been user-friendly to Crawford. I understand where he's coming from because I'm sort of that dude. Seriously, I'm sort of that dude. I really understand where Crawford comes because unless I know you, I really don't have too much to say. It's not that I'm stuck up, but I get where he's coming from. But look, we should praise him for being a family man and a 3-division champion, future Hall of Famer. But as far as boxing goes, he doesn't self-promote himself. He doesn't. And in this sport, at this point in time, you need that. You need to talk to the media. You need to be a little bit more outgoing. Hell yeah. I know recently he came out, he did the IG post, and he's putting it out there a little bit. But it takes more than that. But then again, listen, this is why I tell people all the time there, Mike. I tell people this all the time. Spence don't self-promote himself either. The most I done seen Spence really talk leading up to a fight was against who? Sean Porter. Seriously. Spence is just in a dynamic where you have black boxing fans that's picking and choosing. Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence. Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford. Which one I want to support? Errol Spence don't damn self-promote himself like that. When do we hear Spence coming out and saying something? He don't barely say shit. We're not getting that Tony Harrison, Jermell Charlo energy. If we can get fights with that type of energy, man, come on. The classic shit Tony Harrison said, man, come on. He a cornball. I know that's just a cliche term, but hearing Tony Harrison, man, shut up, man. You ain't gonna do shit. You a cornball. I know a lot of rich motherfuckers is bitch ass niggas. That's what Tony Harrison said. You know what? I understand why your brother whooped your ass growing up. I mean, Tony Harrison, Jermell Charlo, classic. Errol Spence don't self-promote himself either. Like you rarely see pictures. Not until after the accident you really saw Errol Spence working with the horses. You don't see it. So people can't sit up here and act like Spence is doing something tremendously outside of what Crawford isn't doing. Crawford don't talk to the media that much. Spence don't talk to the media that much. If you want to compare who's more boring, I would say Spence. Spence is extremely boring when he talks to the media. Given the moment, I think Terrence Crawford offered just a little bit more energy and a little bit more entertainment value to the lens when he's out there talking about certain things. Come on, man. Y'all know that's true, man. What's going on? Major Key Boxing in the building. Salute, man. What up? D-Ray say the number one fight in boxing. Yeah, Crawford Spence, man. Boxing King. Salute to you. Say WCS, in my opinion, Errol is the best welterweight. Crawford is pound for pound, but not the best welterweight. Spence had the most competitive fights. I would like to hear your thoughts. I've heard that several times over. Let me get some water. Boxing King come in with a 4-line paragraph. I would like to hear your thoughts. I respect that. I don't like answering a question with a question. So this is rhetorical. This is rhetorical. A lot of people were saying the same thing about Errol Spence being a top welterweight before he even won. Before he even won the title from Sean Porter. He was only the IBF champion, and his biggest opponent was Kell Brook. The same Kell Brook people were saying, oh, he's damaged goods from Gennady Golovkin, right? And then the narrative started coming on social media. Really, that's a social media shit. Social media was saying, oh, well, that Errol Spence is a better, the top pound, Errol Spence is a top welterweight, and Terrence Crawford the top pound for pound. And I always used to just ask the question, what matters most between these two fighters? What matters most? Top pound for pound? In boxing. In boxing, y'all. Top pound for pound in boxing, y'all, or being a top welterweight. I don't even think, talking to intelligent people that's in this live chat, it's up for debate. Because being top pound for pound in boxing trumps or basically supersedes being a top welterweight. Even in the negotiation process, I may look at it different, but this is what I'm saying. How can you be considered a top pound for pound best in the top 5 before Errol Spence was even in the top 5? Now, Errol Spence was sitting behind Alexander Usyk for the longest, number 6. But Vasily Lomachenko loses, they move Alexander Usyk up to number 4 and move Spence to number 5. But ultimately, hands down, Terrence Crawford was top pound for pound above Errol Spence. So does it really truly matter if Errol Spence is considered the top welterweight just off his fights with Errol Spence and just off his fights with Kell Brook and Sean Porter? We're talking about Sean Porter. Sean Porter, who lost to Kell Brook, right? Who Errol Spence defeated and picked up Sean Porter's old belt. The Sean Porter who went in there with fighters who he came up short. Sean Porter is somewhat like Danny Garcia. Am I right or wrong? Like when you say that when you say that Errol Spence has the better resume, we must look at how many undefeated fighters that Terrence Crawford has knocked out and has on his resume comparable to Errol Spence. And then when you're talking about all these top tier opponents, we're looking at Kell Brook, Sean Porter, Kell Brook. So you're trying to say 2 fighters outside of, I'm calling green beans because of BOTB, green beans, green beans and pork, you know what I'm saying? And, Joseph Benavidez, look, Jeff Horn, when he stepped up, right, was undefeated. He stopped him. Am I right or wrong? He stopped Jeff Horn, who had a win over Manny Pacquiao. Why people don't want to give that man credit? Because it was Jeff Horn. When he went in there and defeated Manny Pacquiao, all the damn language out here and the damn banter was Manny Pacquiao, he was old and all that shit. But when he went in there and defeated Keith Thurman, now he's back, he's rejuvenated, and he's on a damn surge again as one of the best. No, he isn't. He was in there with Keith Thurman, who was basically coming off a subpar marginal performance against Josecito Lopez, and he steps in there and loses his title to Manny Pacquiao. But look at the people who's on his record that was undefeated. Let's just go for the last 6 fights, people. Julius Ndongo, the same one that was stopped recently. Julius Ndongo, 22-0. 22-0. Boom. Terrence Crawford stops him. Jeff Horn, 18-0. Terrence Crawford stops him. Jose Benavidez Jr., 27-0. Terrence Crawford stops him. Stops him. Not going to decision with Mikey Garcia. Stops them. Not going to decision with Mikey Garcia. Stops them. Not going to decision with Sean Porter, but stops them. Ndongo, Horn, Benavidez, stops him. Amir Khan stops him, even though he quit. But Terrence Crawford was in his ass. He was giving him the business. Kavalaskis, aka Green Beans, 21-0, stops him. Stops them, y'all. He stopped them. Kell Brook, 39-2. Lost to Gennady Golovkin and Errol Spence. Stops him. The last 6 fights, I can go farther back. Phyllis Diaz, retired. John Molina Jr., TKO. So you're trying to tell me that Errol Spence Jr., him being the best welterweight for some apparent reason, you're just going to just overlook in what Terrence Crawford has done on his resume to what he was supposed to do? He came up to the division and defeated an undefeated champion and stopped him. He stopped Benavidez. He stopped Khan. He stopped Green Beans. He stopped Brook. That's 6 straight stoppages. And y'all don't want to give that man the credit he deserved. Man, it's some goddamn Crawford hating going on here, y'all. Real, y'all just overlooking that man has stopped. He has stopped. What does stop stand for, y'all? He put a halt. How does Errol Spence's career right now? How do you say, well, guess what? At welterweight, he's the best. So we should hold that him having 2 belts over Terrence Crawford. Let's look at Errol Spence. Okay, let's look at Errol Spence. Let's go to Leonard Bundu. Stops him. All right. Errol Spence has been campaigning at welterweight. He's been campaigning. All right. Kell Brook. He stops in 11. He stops Kell Brook in 11. Vice the 4th. Terrence Crawford. Even though it's been, several years in between, we got it. Lamont Peterson. RTD 7. Carlos Ocampo, man, I'm not even gonna mention him. They pulled him out of nowhere. But I will acknowledge that he was 22-0. 22-0. Mikey Garcia, honorable mention because he's a 4-division champion. He moved up 2 divisions. Guess what? He went the distance with Errol Spence. And then Errol Spence stepped in there with Sean Porter, former champion. And when they fought current WBC champion, he went to a split decision. And that was primarily from the 11th round knockdown that he was able to get. But let me do something for you. Let me bring this up. Let me share something right quick. I want to share Spence's freaking resume right quick. Check this out. Out of the names you see, right? From Kell Brook up to Sean Porter. Out of Kell Brook up to Sean Porter. What would put Errol Spence far ahead of Terrence Crawford when it comes to negotiation? Being a Terrence Crawford and what we already know with him being a 3-division champion. Off these names right here, starting with Kell Brook, who many said was damaged. And let's check this out. Who they say was damaged from him moving up in weight to face Gennady Golovkin. What else in between? Lamont Peterson? No. Carlos Ocampo? No. Mikey Garcia? He's moving up 2 divisions. Sean Porter is a respectable name. Kell Brook, Sean Porter. Kell Brook had 1 loss to Gennady Golovkin, and Sean Porter was 30-2. We already know who he lost to. How does that put him ahead of Crawford? Why are you all boosting this cat up, Errol Spence, when it comes to resumes, saying he's the best? He got the best resume. Terrence Crawford has more experience. That doesn't play a role. Look at this: 26-0, 21 KOs. Terrence Crawford has more KOs than Errol Spence, and he has more experience. Both of them undefeated. But come on, y'all. Let me go back and see what the people saying. Come on, y'all. What's with the narrative, man? What's with the damn narrative every time this conversation comes up about Spence having this, that, and the other? Why? Why do y'all keep on doing that? Let me go back over here too. And hold on. Okay. Why do y'all keep doing that? Explain. Why do y'all keep on placing Terrence Crawford behind Errol Spence at the welterweight when Terrence Crawford is top pound for pound of the elite fighters in boxing, period? Why do y'all keep on acting like a division being better in a division supersedes that of being top pound for pound in boxing? The entire boxing with 17 divisions, Terrence Crawford is ranked in the top 3 right now, and then ranked number 1 by some, if we're talking about ESPN, and then the Boxers Writing Association. All I'm saying is Crawford did it to himself. If he would have left Bob and got the Pac fight that Arum turned down, I don't like speaking in hindsight. I just want to speak on what can we do now with the pieces that we have to play with, the chips that we have on the board. How can we make this fight happen? Because I hear Errol Spence making too many excuses, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like that shit he said after the Kell Brook fight, that was petty. That was unnecessary. You're right. That's like Harden is the best player on the Rockets. Cool, but LeBron is the best player in the league. That's all I'm saying, man. How can people elevate someone being the best in the division when you have Crawford, who is in a higher pound for pound standing than Errol Spence? Wouldn't that reflect back to the division? Wouldn't that reflect back in the division though? Like, so you trying to tell me Terrence Crawford needs another belt in the welterweight division to be considered on equal to that of Errol Spence as being the top welterweight? Like, it doesn't make any sense. To me, Terrence Crawford is the best welterweight. But why? Because you have to say, if you're going to say he's the 3-division champion, and division championships carry over to every division that you compete in. Every division that you campaign in, your prior divisions reflect and bleed over and continue to boost your brand as a fighter and your credentials. So when you step up to a division, when they announce you in the ring, they say 3-division world champion, formerly undisputed at junior welterweight. He is Terrence Bud Crawford. They don't say WBO welterweight champion. They give you the entire credentials. When Manny Pacquiao is announced, they say 8th division world champion. They let it be known that he's an 8th division champion. I hear people say this about Manny Pacquiao on how much his base pay is going to be. Why is his base pay so high? Because he's a goddamn 8th division champion, bro. That shit will always bleed up, bleed down, bleed up, wherever you want to go. Manny Pacquiao can fight at the junior welterweight division next year, and he still has value. But the only thing that's ticking out for Manny Pacquiao is his age. Mikey Garcia was just trying to survive. Listen, whether he was surviving or not, if you're going to say Errol Spence is the boogeyman, it's up to the boogeyman to break down Mikey Garcia and get him up out of there if that's who he is. Y'all can't say Mikey Garcia was a smaller fighter and moving up 2 divisions to face Errol Spence, and he was daring to be great. But yet he come up short. He was just trying to survive. What about Errol Spence not getting him up out of there? Wasn't he this terrible body puncher? One people saying Errol Spence, his body work. Oh my God. He's just a mercenary. But if that's the case, why he wasn't going to the body of soft? I mean, goddamn Tatia, freaking Mikey Garcia, that soft body that he had walking into the ring. Why he didn't go and execute all that body work people was talking about? Maybe Errol Spence is not the boogeyman of the welterweight division. Because freaking Kell Brook was touching him up too. Before Carlos Ocampo was knocked out, I was at the fight. He landed a 2-punch combination on Errol Spence before Errol Spence said, "Get the fuck out of here." Garcia hasn't accomplished what Bud has. Garcia has not accomplished, but Garcia was unified. You know, he wasn't undisputed, but he unified. You know what I'm saying? Yep, Bud has the credentials. We know that. Bud has the credentials. But when I hear people say that Errol Spence is a top welterweight, I'm like, how, dog? Like, how can you say globally he's encapsulating the entire scope of the boxing division? He is top pound for pound ahead of Errol Spence. But yet people still imply the narrative is Errol Spence is a WBC IBF champion, so therefore he is the best welterweight. But Terrence Crawford is campaigning as a welterweight. He is a 3-division formerly undisputed. Were y'all saying that shit about Manny Pacquiao? If Manny Pacquiao was Terrence Crawford's age right now, and Errol Spence has those 2 belts, people will be saying Manny Pacquiao the best welterweight. Manny Pacquiao the best welterweight. Manny Pacquiao had 1 freaking belt, WBA title. Manny Pacquiao the best. He's the best welterweight. And the question would be like, okay, Manny Pacquiao, he has 7 losses though. So why is he the best? He's a division champion. My God. You don't know shit about boxing. That's why. And that's what I'm trying to tell people. Like, what the fuck? Like, people will sit up here if Manny Pacquiao was Terrence Crawford's age right now, and the question was presented, who is the best welterweight? And Errol Spence still had 2 belts. They would say Manny Pacquiao. If Manny Pacquiao was 33 years old right now, people still say Manny Pacquiao is better than Errol Spence. If he had the WBA and Errol Spence had 2 belts, because people would think that Errol Spence really will have problems with Manny Pacquiao. Manny he has multiple losses, but he's an 8-division champion that would carry over to people deciding who is the better welterweight. And look, when Manny didn't even have a belt, he was still moonlighting on the pound for pound list with some of these, like with Ring Magazine and so forth. He was still there without a belt. EJ only fought 3 undefeated, and Ocampo is the only one he stopped. True words, Mark. True words. But see, when it comes to Terrence Crawford, the reason why I bring up the undefeated, because these was undefeated fighters. They wasn't 5-0. They wasn't 6-0. Come on, man. You want to talk about Jose Benavidez had 1 leg, right? But he was undefeated. And Crawford still knocked him out in the 12th round. Man, come on, man. Y'all be showing Crawford no love, man. I can't tell Crawford what to take, and I can't tell Spence what to give. Well, I look at it like this. Certain narratives would be spun according to who they want to see step in the ring. We can't say we want the best to fight the best and then make it about fucking money. I think Spence is being a little petty, to be honest, to say 60-40. You know why? Because if he's saying that he wants to be undisputed and he believes he's the best welterweight and he's one of the best boxers because he's in the top 5 pound for pound, right? Why sit up here and be a single division unified champion? Single division. A single division while you continue to get old. Why all of a sudden you want to make it about money? If your goal is to be undisputed welterweight world champion, you go into the negotiation process, and I'm not saying give them everything. I'm saying give a little to get everything. Just give a little. Make it feasible and entertaining for Crawford, who's a 3 division and undisputed at 140. Let's make the undisputed fight happen for the fans. We want the same freaking look. We want that same vibe, that same spirit that we had when Teofimo was stepping in with Vasily Lomachenko. We're like, oh shit. And then everybody was up here. Teofimo don't have a chance to win. He don't have a chance to win. He don't have a chance to win. This is damn near impossible. Lomachenko, he's just that good of a boxer. I don't think Teofimo is ready and blah, blah, blah. And then he go in there and take the shit. And people want to say, did you see the picture of Vasily Lomachenko in the hospital? His shoulder was messed up. They come up with all these fucking excuses. But one fight that's been marinating in the pot for the longest of time that's exhausted boxing fans is Spence Crawford. It's exhausting. And then, like somebody said the other day, it's becoming a pipe dream, y'all. And if y'all want to sit up here and blame anyone out of the two, y'all need to blame Spence. I'm being honest. That's who you need to blame in this fight not happening. Spence. Spence had the car accident. Now you get Mikey Garcia. If Mikey Garcia wasn't in the equation and you extract the car accident, then we never know. I say he potentially would have got the Manny Pacquiao fight. Then I know he beat Manny Pacquiao. Then it's a no-brainer that he has to go see Terrence Crawford. It's a no-brainer that Terrence Crawford probably would have been just a little bit more understanding and say, okay, let's talk. Because you got 3 belts, I got 1. Let's go. Bob Arum, his attitude might have been a little bit different in making this shit happen. But you just can't sit up here, Spence, and say, I don't want to mention what Bob Arum said, but the proof is in the pudding. The proof ain't in shit, dog. The proof in the pudding is that Terrence Crawford has a better resume than you. People need to stop diluting Terrence Crawford's accomplishments and boosting up Errol Spence just off Kell Brook, who y'all said had a damaged freaking orbital, and then going in there with Sean Porter. Did Sean Porter go into the fight with Errol Spence undefeated? I'm just saying, did he? You just can't say Sean Porter been in there with some top names. You got to give Sean Porter, his just due. He been in there with some top names. Sean Porter 31-3, 17 knockouts. But he's been in there with some top names. Okay, what's the top names? He's been in there with Keith Thurman. Did he win? No, he lost the decision. Okay. What about Errol Spence? No, he lost the decision. So let's go in between Keith Thurman for Sean Porter. You're looking at Andre Berto, Adrian Granados, Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia had 1 loss. So, hey, he got that win. But Keith Thurman, Errol Spence, 2 big losses. So he goes in there. Was he undefeated? Oh, shoot. Did we forget? He was there to defend his belt, right? He couldn't get it done. He couldn't get it done. So we're talking about boosting up Errol Spence Jr. for defeating Sean Porter, who could not get it done with defending his belt. That would have been the opportune time to get that O, to take Kell Brooks O. He couldn't get it done. Adrian Braun up there dropping him in the 12th. I don't get it, people. Man, just do me a favor. Stop downplaying my man. Stop downplaying him. Y'all treating Terrence Crawford like he's somebody's stepchild out the orphanage. I'm serious. Y'all just need to give him some more love, man. Some people saying I'm not counting what Bud did in prior division, just welterweight. That's odd considering Spence has only fought at one weight. I totally agree, bro. EJ was supposed to get Mikey out of there. Facts W says you can't have it both ways. Garcia didn't take the belt from a champ at 147. Bud did. See, let's talk about that. Because listen, I mentioned this the other day, right? People are saying, people was up here spinning this narrative with all the super chats and everything. But when it comes to World Cup and sports, if I say that shit, motherfuckers don't drop shit, right? But I'm saying to myself, like, how in the fuck can you say that if Errol Spence defeat Danny Garcia, he moves top pound for pound in front of Terrence Crawford? How? Why are y'all just spoon feeding the damn general public this shit? Well, Mark said Garcia didn't take the belt from a champ, just like I mentioned the other day. He did not, but Terrence Crawford did. And then people might say, well, if he really wanted the title, it's not guaranteed that he would have went over there from Undisputed and Terrence Crawford would have gave him the fight. Because Terrence Crawford made it perfectly clear. Get a belt, get a belt, get a belt, get a belt. If someone's telling you to get a fucking belt, what does that mean? They ain't fighting you. So here you go, Errol Spence telling Terrence Crawford, who's coming up. Look, this is Errol Spence's excuse, right? Terrence Crawford is coming up from being undisputed, and you telling the man, get a belt. Get a belt. Terrence Crawford was right. He said, I was calling them out. He was right. No one wants to reiterate that. Terrence Crawford was calling them out. I want to fight Spence. I do. But people act like it's a foreign language because Spence want to say, get a belt. Who's making the excuses? Who's talking about different sides of the street? When they met up and Bob Arum was right there in the group, then Errol Spence say, why wouldn't I take the easier route in Sean Porter? Are y'all forgetting that? And then when somebody say Errol Spence ducking Terrence Crawford, oh, no, he's not. He's the boogeyman. He's not ducking Terrence Crawford. Errol Spence, the boogeyman. Man, I'm not hearing that. When they met and they want to bet $1 million on the fight, people was like, oh shit. And every motherfucking whoever had the privilege of being right there when this shit went down with Bob Arum right there on site, understanding and hearing the words that these two want to fight. But yet, Errol Spence say, why wouldn't I want to take the easier route in Sean Porter? Errol Spence say, why wouldn't I want to take the easier route in Sean Porter? Why wouldn't I? I really don't care about pound for pound list. I do, man. Yeah, hey, he's gunshot victim. Yeah, he's a gunshot victim, but he knocked him out, though. He was. Just like, look, check this out, Ace. I gotta put it out there because people was on here saying this shit earlier. What they say, man, come on, man. It was a car accident, man. That was a year ago. He good. Well, what we saying about freaking Jose Benavidez? How long was that freaking gunshot? And he was still undefeated. Jose Benavidez was still undefeated when he stepped in there with Terrence Crawford and got stopped. Come on, man. You can't talk about one leg. The man was still undefeated, man. I can see if he was on a 3-fight losing streak, but he wasn't. He was undefeated. His O was evident. I'm not thinking about what Errol said because they haven't negotiated yet, and they have a bit of bad blood. True. But one thing I want to understand that, Ace, why does the language that I'm hearing, the banter from Errol Spence always is a deterrent? Why is it all a deterrent? The only thing that he said positive was when these two was going back and forth on social media, and he said some shit like, Terrence Crawford came out, yeah, I spoke to Errol. He's a good dude. We're going to make the fight happen. The one thing he said, hey, man, there's no need to be talking about this shit over social media. It's not going to make the fight. But Errol Spence looked like he ain't trying to make the fight either. Before the accident, he wasn't talking like he wanted to make the fight. I hate going back, but 3, 4, 5 times, bro, get a belt. Different sides of the street. Why wouldn't I take the easier route in Sean Porter? It's just excuse after excuse after excuse, bro. And then he want to talk about recently after the Kell Brook win for Terrence Crawford. He says the proof is in the pudding. So since Bob Arum, who has been known to say some controversial shit, Bob Arum sits up here and says that he's lost enough money on Terrence Crawford to purchase a home in Beverly Hills. What does it got to do with Errol Spence making the fight, though? If you want this fight, Errol Spence, and you go ahead and defeat Danny Garcia, I'd be hard pressed to say post-fight that he says anything about Terrence Crawford. He might say, well, I want to make the best fights. Y'all seen I'm at 100%. And, I came here and got the job done. And, yes, Terrence Crawford is out there, but, we're looking at the Manny Pacquiao fight. We're working to be undisputed. So really want to make that Manny Pacquiao fight. He's probably going to put more emphasis towards Manny Pacquiao. Because listen, Errol Spence has already made it clear what's the easiest route. He liked the easiest route. He liked the easiest route right now when it pertains to Crawford. So you trying to tell me if his goal is to be undisputed, he's going to go fight Crawford and try to pick up the WBO and then come and fight Manny Pacquiao? He knows that's not easy. Errol Spence knows that shit is not easy. So what he's going to do is he's going to get a nice paycheck with Manny Pacquiao because the Filipino nation will be in the building. He's going to get paid nice. Then he's going to go over here and try to get the Terrence Crawford fight for the Lolo. And to be honest, Errol Spence doesn't know if he can beat Terrence Crawford. He's not truly confident in him beating Terrence Crawford. I'm just being honest. That's just my opinion. I don't think Errol Spence is confident that he can beat Terrence Crawford. This falls on Crawford. Had he not resigned the top rank, we won't be having a conversation this alone. Now, I'm going to be honest, Ace. Crawford's had some questionable business decisions. Real talk. I think he's still tied in with Victory Boxing Promotions, Chris Menendorf, the same one that's been holding up Jerome Ennis. Yeah, that's some deeper shit behind the scenes. But yeah, he was locked in, man. An elbow. Yeah. I don't get in the business side of it. It's just too much shit without documentation. I would like to have documentation so I can speak on it. The proof was in the pudding when Stephen A. asked about Bud. If you're not giving Spence credit for Porter, you definitely can't give Bud credit for beating anybody at 147 outside of Jeff Horn. I'm not giving, I didn't say I didn't give him credit for beating Porter. It's just when people elevate him as being a great boxer at the time. So comparing Terrence Crawford, dispersing all these undefeated fighters, but yet they say they wasn't a name, right? So he did what the fuck he's supposed to do, right? So therefore, Ace, what I'm saying is, if you say That fighter wasn't supposed to be in there in Terrence Crawford. But yet they was undefeated. Let's start with Jeff Horn. He went in there and got Jeff Horn out the way. He got him out the way. But Sean Porter wasn't undefeated when he stepped in there with Errol Spence. And Errol Spence went the distance with him. Is Sean Porter considered a great fighter right now? Is Sean Porter a multi-division champion? Let's put it this way. Besides Pacquiao, and you're talking about the top 5 welterweights, who is a multi-division champion? Is it Sean Porter? Is it Keith Thurman? Is it Errol Spence? Help me understand. Isn't that credential? Doesn't it hold Wall Street to the brand of the boxer? Isn't when you move up or you move down, it don't matter. You still bring those divisional championships with you. At no point in time they absolve. They go nowhere. Once you are a divisional champion, those credentials stay with you, right? When people talk about Floyd Mayweather, 5-division champion, it's everywhere. No matter if he goes up or down, it's still there. No matter if he fight another MMA fighter, it's carried forward, right? It's carried forward. Who else in the welterweight division? Who? You can't sit up here and say Terrence Crawford ain't done shit and he's a 3-division champion. What has Errol Spence did? What has Sean Porter did? Okay, he's the same. He did the same thing that Errol Spence did. Both of these guys, IBF, WBC. IBF, WBC. What has freaking Keith Thurman did? Former WBA, WBC. What has Terrence Crawford did? He's a 3-division world champion, man. He has unified a division in the sport of boxing. Man, y'all just can't sit up here and press delete on his shit. You can't do that to Crawford, man. You can't do that shit and elevate and say that Errol Spence is going to be ahead of Terrence Crawford if he defeat Danny Garcia. Look, you're going to say just because he beat Ivan Redkach and motherfucking Adrian Granados in his last couple of fights, that put him at a whole nother level when he lost for the vacant WBC title against Sean Porter. Two-division champion. Yeah, he was able to unify, but you want to hear another secret? Danny Garcia, when he fought Amir Khan had already been stopped. What's so special about that? What's going on, Michael? What's going on with you? Whoever said Spence should be pound for pound #1 is a clown. Man, look, let's touch on that briefly, Ace. So peep this, right? So it's a lot of people that are saying that Terrence Crawford should be pound for pound #1. And that's above Canelo Alvarez, right? It's been more people outside of Andre SOG Ward, right? A lot of people have made the mention, hey, he should be pound for pound. He should be pound for pound above Canelo Alvarez. Have you heard somebody say that about Errol Spence? Have you heard the collective audience or the commentators or the analysts tell you that Spence should be pound for pound #1? Have you heard that in a consistent narrative? But when it comes to Terrence Crawford, you hearing them say that Terrence Crawford is pound for pound #1 in some people's eyes, right? ESPN has him pound for pound #1, right? So then we get to this secondary narrative. Errol Spence is the best welterweight when Terrence Crawford is being considered the best pound for pound boxer in the sport. Am I acutely delusional when that shit doesn't make any sense to me? How can somebody be considered one of the top pound for pound fighters, but yet you're going to say he's secondary when it comes to the welterweight division, all because he's just a WBO champion? But y'all won't ever use that shit and say Manny Pacquiao is. Manny Pacquiao, wherever he go with 7 losses, that's Manny Pac. That's Manny Pac. He sells out. That's Manny Pac. He got the Filipino nation. That's Manny Pac. But Manny has 7 losses. Manny has been face down like Nate Robinson. He's been face down like Nate Robinson. Bud got shot in the head. Yeah, that's true, man. That's true, Mark. They were just talking about that the other day. That's true. But people not gonna talk about that because Bud is still doing what he's doing. He doesn't look, Mark. He doesn't exemplify, or he doesn't show the scars. You know what I'm saying? You cannot really see them visually. Like when you see Benavidez, you can tell in his behavior, his mannerisms that he got fucked up. Seriously, like you see that in his leg, you see it. That's probably why, though. Bud different though. Bud asked EJ. D-Ray say Bud asked EJ if Al said Terrence Crawford and Errol said no. And you're right. That also went in on the conversation when they met. You're absolutely right, D-Ray. That was said. Bud asked EJ, did he talk about them two? He said no. He didn't mention you. And so Bud said, so he didn't mention my name? No. So what does that tell y'all, man? Look, I understand how when it comes to 2 black fighters, people pick sides. They're not going to give you the straight down the middle. They're not going to slice it like that, man. If they do, that shit's going to be with a motherfucking butter knife, because they're going to try to goddamn act like they trying to keep it down the middle, but yet that shit going to be damn pieces going to be falling off all over the place because extreme biasness. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get 2 black fighters and people want to say, man, I got to choose one. So they try to find discrepancies with one fighter that's more than the other. Or in this particular scenario on new media, social media, they'll try to say, well, we like Errol better than we like Crawford. Crawford don't talk to the media that much. Well, guess what? Spence don't either. Then they say, well, who's better associated with the culture? Well, I like Errol Spence. He's pretty much associated with the culture a little bit more. They find these little small trinkets of acceptance to give to either fighter. And right now it's Errol Spence. I'm telling you, it's Errol Spence, man. Crawford said, get a belt. And Errol said percentages just sounds like tit for tat. And I'm not taking Errol seriously. Why would Crawford tell anybody? Why would Crawford say get a belt? When Crawford came to the division, he didn't have a belt. He was moving up from 40 to 47. So Spence was on record saying, get a belt. You know what I'm saying? Just like Keith Thurman told Errol Spence. You know what I'm saying? All them motherfuckers was singing that anthem, get a belt. But for Terrence Crawford, he went to the WBO and he got a belt. And then when he got a belt, the whole him changed. You know what I'm saying? The whole entire benediction was different. I like to challenge everyone tonight as we finish up this hymn. I want everyone to trust in the Holy Spirit that this fight will happen. Before we wanted to talk to everyone and talk about this Errol Spence Crawford fight, but God has laid upon my heart that this isn't the right time. It's something else that's looming on the horizon that's going to be more important to talk about. It's called excuses. Yeah, so we're going to just hold out till the churches start opening back up from the pandemic. And we really have a time that we can touch on these excuses that Errol Spence has been laying down on the hearts of each and every one that wants to see this fight between him and Bud Crawford. And that's exactly what it is. Different sides of the street, different sides of the street. Get a belt. Proof is in the pudding. It's too many freaking excuses, and we are tired. We are absolutely exhausted in this pipe dream of a fight. And it's looking even more fucked up that it might turn into a Floyd Mayweather Pacquiao. We might not ever see this fight in 21. It's the same exact scenario as Wilder versus Joshua. Be clear on that. What do you mean the same scenario? Because they was making it difficult. But see, I mean, you're talking about Wilder calling out Joshua, yeah. And them making it difficult, yeah, I can see the similarities. When you don't belong in the ring with Bud Crawford, he gets you out. Yeah, you know, Bud Crawford has stopped who he's supposed to stop. I agree. He has did what he's supposed to do. He accomplished the mission. I don't mean sign with PBC, just don't re-sign with Top Rank. He has to make a smart business decision. Somehow, some way, he was blaming Team Crawford for leaking the contract, the contractual expiration of next year in October. But contract expires with Top Rank. But y'all also seen where Bud was supposedly going to re-sign with Top Rank. I don't fucking know. I'll shake my head if he re-signs with Top Rank. After Bob Arum landing to him like that after a win with Kell Brook, I was fucked all the way up. I hope he doesn't sign with Top Rank again. As far as Wilder and Joshua, they both ducked each other. Absolutely not. And both took L's. Anthony avenged his L, and Deontay remains to be seen. There's also a lesson in there. Cheat the sport, you cheat yourself. Okay. I really don't want to make it a Deontay Wilder affair right now, but I kind of disagree with that because anybody who knows how Anthony Joshua was raised as a heavyweight champion understands that they was basically tiptoeing him through these belts. You know, fighting for the vacant title with Klitschko, who's on a hiatus, picking Charles Martin and giving him a payday for him to take a dive like Greg Louganis. Joseph Parker having a referee get in between them each and every time they even came close to engaging to pick up that WBO belt. Yeah, man. Hey, don't be surprised that Joshua goes ahead and lose against Pulev. So he can pick up the titles again and become three-time unified champion. That's what I believe happened with Andy Ruiz. He lost the motherfucking titles to pick him up again and become two-time unified heavyweight champion. That's why they're trying their damnness to make this fight with Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, because they want an all-UK event, and it's going to be worth millions. But looking at the fragile chin there, Michael, looking at the confetti base dipped in freaking water solvent, I'm talking about letting it sit. Melted styrofoam, packing all that together, that gives you Anthony Joshua's chin. The material-based substance is no different than Anthony Joshua and Amir Khan. Both of them have the same material-based chins. Very soft, gooey type substance. Why would Deontay Wilder, the hardest puncher in boxing, if he was going to go over to Russia and fight Alexander Povetkin, why would he duck Anthony Joshua, who's been on the canvas against an old antiquated freaking Klitschko? How? The same Joshua who was on the canvas against Andy Ruiz. That's after they was fucking off about damn negotiation with Deontay Wilder. Look, listen, Michael, this comes down to the point where why would you give Deontay Wilder 12 million flat fee? Why would you give him 15 million flat fee? Why would you do that if you didn't do Carlos Takam like that? Anyway, I have to keep it moving. Danny, 2 divisions. Yeah, Danny is a 2 division. We know that. He was unified. He was unified. Absolutely. He fought Eric Morales for the vacant because Eric Morales couldn't balance the scales accordingly. And then he stepped in there with Amir Khan, who had already been stopped before. Yes, 2 divisions. And when he chose to step up, he fought Rod Salka, 141. And then he fought Lamont Peterson, 143. Then he stepped in against Paulie Malignaggi after he had lost to Adrian Broner. Years ago, months ago. Yeah. Then he steps in there and fight for the vacant against Robert Guerrero, wins it, defends it once against Samuel Vargas, and then he loses against Keith Thurman. Absolutely. Absolutely, bro. Anthony, you're right. You know, I can't go against that. Anthony did so-called avenge his L there, Mike. But I gotta call bullshit on that motherfucker. Avenging his L, I'm thinking more so like, is it a reputable fight that we look back on and say, you know what? He avenged his loss. Avenge to me is fighters going back in there and leaving it all in the ring. And it's a very competitive fight. That fight wasn't competitive, Mike. You know that. You know, dog. You know him going over to Saudi Arabia out of shape, representing freaking Snicker bars. In that heat, you know a Snicker bar is gonna melt. Andy Ruiz came into the country with Snicker bars in his pocket. Even when he reached his hand down there and said, oh, this shit is melting, he still ate it. He went into the ring with Anthony Joshua like he just finished a Golden Corral buffet that just opened up from the pandemic. We did not get the same Andy Ruiz that we got the first time around with Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua was just able to do what Anthony Joshua does in that particular fight. He stayed on the outside. He popped the jab out there. Nothing special. What did Andy Ruiz do? Very minimal considered to his first outing, comparable to his first outing. He didn't have the same energy. He wasn't pushing the pace. He was overweight from what he was the first fight. It was all set up. So him avenging, I get a little shaky thinking about that. I don't know about that. I think he just went in there and he was able to get the win back, do the proper paperwork, and the numbers was right for freaking Andy Ruiz, who lost focus. He lost focus with the fork. I got number 1 Canelo, number 2 Crawford. The rest doesn't matter. I agree. I've been on record that yes, Canelo Alvarez is my number 1 pound for pound. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I've been on record as that. Canelo's number 1 pound for pound. Absolutely. A lot of this is bringing the ugly side of boxing business. Yes, man. Boxing business has always been ugly. It would never be an attractiveness unless you are Floyd Mayweather, who really fucked up the game for a lot of fighters. Because Floyd, he made subtle moves. He was able to basically relocate an important mission from Top Rank. Even though some people got hurt, he was able to abort mission. Once Floyd Mayweather was able to be independent, he still made a sacrifice to get where he needed to be. And then he really started making money. He became a legitimate prize fighter at the highest level when it comes to monetary gain. For anybody to come in here with a mixed martial artist and that fight, the grossing numbers is top 2 all time PPV, it's simply amazing, people. It's amazing. Yeah, man. Nate Robinson, man. Real talk. Shit. Manny Pacquiao got that Nate Robinson challenge, man. Real talk. People know I'm not lying. Put Manny Pacquiao and Nate Robinson together, man. Same position, everything. Seriously. Seriously. WCS Bud got shot in the head. An arrow's been ejected from a car going over 100 miles per hour. So they're even. Let's make this fight. Damn. I mean, hey, I'm talking about the two different situations. You know, a bullet can absolutely penetrate the skull. We don't know the extent of Bud and all that, but obviously he was able to move on in his life, heal, and become the great boxer that he's become. I would like to see them fight. I really would like to see them fight. But then when it comes down to it, it might be in 2022. It might be in 2022, man. It's according to how Errol Spence look in this fight. And then, it'll be a year for Manny Pacquiao after he stepped in there with Keith Thurman in July of 2021. It'll be an absolute year. So Manny Pacquiao has to fight coming up. He has to fight in 2021. I think that boxers are chasing the bag and cheating the sport. They let promoters be the bad guys when if they want to fight, it can happen. This is what I say about that, Michael. Let me get some agua. Check this out. As long as boxing is absent of a retirement plan, it will always be a dirty, grimy sport. Because boxers have every right to make it about money in certain cases, but also the planning process to make it about money. You have to make sure you're worth it. You can't sit up here and take yourself out of a position to make more money when the value of your brand hasn't quite met that standard yet. You have to be that gold standard. You have to have worked yourself up to the point where people want to pay to see you fight. Not every fighter is a PPV type of fighter. You have to earn that. But I would tell any fighter, if you're able to do what Teofimo Lopez was able to do, head into one of the biggest fights of his career, if you are able to negotiate for 1.2 to 2 million slide, I'm talking about 2 million slide across left to right, even, you're getting 2 million in one of the biggest fights of your career. Do it. Because when the gloves are all done and you knot them up and put them away and you're done with the sport, you want to make sure you have ample amount of something, residual income to support you, whatever the case may be. Because boxing does not have any type of retirement plan to help a boxer out once he or she has left the sport. That's fact, man. It's a tough outlook, isn't it? Like you sitting up here taking all this punishment, but it's really nothing that you have outside of the sport, man. Like no retirement plan for you and your family, no college tuition plan unless you have money saved up, unless your kid is smart enough. Excuse me, unless your kid is smart enough to get a scholarship. Like, does boxing give you medical? Does it allow you to have medical? Does it allow you to put your kids up for a future, college fund for them to go to school? It's up to the fighter to open up a business. I don't want to channel my inner Floyd Mayweather. Floyd, what advice would you give these fighters that's coming up in the sport this day and time? Because you're one of the highest grossing athletes in professional sports. What were you able to do to get to this point? First of all, I want to say it's smart investments. Smart investments. And and, you know, I, I just made smart investments. You know, it takes more than those two words, smart investments. Let's be honest. You can invest in something that shit crash all to be damned, and you're like, oh my God, how am I gonna get that money back? It's not that easy for boxers because with boxers, you have to go in here and think about certain things. You have taxes to pay on this purse. You have your trainers, your team. You have a collective group of individuals that you have to pay out, and then you take the remaining balance. Sometimes boxers are left with a small amount. It's according to how much or what the agreement is as far as the percentage goes on what you're taking home. Take home pay is everything, but you have to look at it like, are you paying your taxes? What's the percentage of the payouts that you're dispersing amongst your team and your circle? And then what is left for you? Scott, I agree that Joshua was responsible for most of the ducking. Man, absolutely, man. Like shit, people, hey, look, the views start to drop when I start talking about Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua. Nope, my word, he's not gonna start this up again. This guy's an Anthony Joshua hater. He's a hater. I'm not an Anthony Joshua hater. My language and energy been the same. I just look at him different. Ever since in the London games, when he did not win the gold medal round. Anyway, I'm past that shit. Just as I feel if Spence is the one dancing around Bud. Man, he is, man. I mean, the Vince is lost as figure of speech. Yeah, Ruiz was drunk, coked up, and very well fed. Any of y'all watching this Muhammad Ali fight on the Yardy undercard? I thought about covering that, and I say, you know what? I'll let the lines in the camp be the lines in the camp. This fight, you know what I'm saying? WCS, how much millions would you put away in a full boxing career for generational wealth and retirement? That's an open-ended question because it depends on your accomplishments and who you were signed with. Were you able to negotiate in the middle, the back end of your career? Man, the variables is just so deep. Like, when did you actually start making good money? What part of your career did you start making money when you damn near like at your 30s? Because look at Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez was able to negotiate $2 million with only 16. He's heading to his 16th professional fight, and he negotiated $2 million. It haven't been fighters that's been able to do that at his age. I think he's 23 years old. He's already negotiated a $2 million fight. And he only had the IBF title. So to answer your question, I don't know. Because it's dependent on when you begin and when your numbers was elevated to the $1 million status. And this is what I mean by that, Boxing King, is I'm talking about not what you gross, but what you take home. I'm not talking about, you made $1 million. You ain't taking home $1 million. Let's be honest. If you made $1 million, you ain't taking home $1 million. But you got to talk about that Floyd Mayweather worth. You have to talk about the Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin. You have to talk about, okay, I'm getting paid $15 million. And of course, you still taking home over $10 million. I mean, you still working out. So when it comes down to you being able to put away some money, you have to make that money make money. You have to make it. You have to go out here and talk to certain people. You have to have a CFO. You have to go out here and explore to what businesses can I freaking build up my income off of. I don't want to be in a situation where I lose an extensive amount of money. You know, I mean, everybody can't have those contracts like basketball players, football players. When the Canelo Alvarez contract came out, man, I wish I can pull up that damn live. I was telling people that's not exactly true. Like, yeah, it sounds good, 365 million for 11 fights, but it's contingencies in that contract. And now he was let go of his contract, and he's able to do what the hell Canelo wants to do. And just think about it, if he was getting paid 30 million. Even Canelo has to make his money walk. If your money's in one place, just idle, it's not going to make money. You're not going to make too much interest. You have to invest in some shit. You got to create a business. You got to then open up a gym. You know what I'm saying? Like Roy Jones. Roy Jones got a gym in Russia. Roy Jones has a boxing gym in Russia, y'all. You have to make your brand make you money when it's all said and done. Like, the one thing I can say about Roy is that he's all over the fucking place. You think he's paying for his plane ticket? He ain't paying for shit. When Roy go over there to Russia, you think, hey, he get with his team. Hey, can y'all get with them and see what American Airlines and United and Delta, see who has the damn cheaper fares? He ain't caring about that. Man, he said, okay, where I got to be next? Okay. What's my itinerary? Make sure you get that itinerary to me. All right. And motherfucker, look, he show up to a different spot and the shit is already there. He go to the airport. He ain't saying, you know what? Damn, it's cold out this motherfucker. Somebody call an Uber for me. No, that shit is already there. He has transportation. You know what I'm saying? Roy is doing Roy shit. You know what I'm saying? Not every fighter when they get out the sport. Perfect example, right? I always talk about this shit because it was hilarious. Erickson Lubin, and you know, I'm standing out the MGM Grand. You know, I go there for the fight, but I'm just fishing for media. And Kevin Kelly, the one who claimed the fame, is Hassan Ahmed, right? Nassim Ahmed, right? And Kevin Kelly's out there talking. I say, damn, that's Kevin Kelly. What's up, Kevin? I didn't know him. That was my first time meeting him and shit. You know, I kind of it's a funny story when Kevin Kelly name come up because they kind of give him the same language that they give Gabriel Rosado. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, individuals who start to swell up, their eyes start to swell up, you know, quickly. But anyway, we're sitting up there chatting it up. Erickson Lubin comes out. I said, what's going on, Lubin, man? How you feel, bro? He's like, cool, blah, blah, blah. And you know, Lubin a serious dude. Like, he kind of serious. So Kevin Kelly, and this is to go to my point about people knowing you outside the ring. Like Roy, people know who the fuck Roy is. And he's traveling all around and shit. It ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, right? But Kevin Kelly steps to Lubin. And Lubin is an active fighter in the sport for which Kevin Kelly competed in, right? And Kevin said, I said, yeah, this Lubin right here. Like, I'm telling Kelly, hey, yeah, this Lubin right here, you know, he fighted super welterweight. So Kevin tried to go in, and you know how brothers dap each other up. And Lubin stiffed on him. He's like, he shook his hands like, hey, brother, how you doing? And this is not the pandemic, y'all. It was so, Lubin didn't know who he was. He didn't know who Kevin Kelly was right then. He's like, hey, how you doing? He kind of gave him the handshake and shit like that, the business type. Hey, yeah. But Kevin Kelly was about to lean in and dap him up like, hey, brother, how you doing? That shit was hilarious, man, because when it comes to boxing, not everybody know who you are. Like Fernando Vargas. I recognize Fernando Vargas, man. And he had on a baseball cap. This at the MGM. But he wanted to act like he no here. No hables in English. No habla English. And I say, Fernando, come on now. Fernando. He acted like he was tied up on his phone and shit, man. I was like, come on, dog. Dude. But not too many people would have known that was Fernando Vargas because he looked different. You know, people sometimes just look at a picture of a fighter when they fought, but they'll never see him in person. Unless you're Lennox Lewis, Mike Tyson, James Tony, Roy Jones, all these people that look B-Hop, you know who they are. You know what I'm saying? George Foreman, all of them. But some of these fighters, you don't know. It's according to how their career went. Anyway. But that's a good question, Boxing King, about generational wealth. It all depends on the lifestyle they live in, to be honest with you. It all depends, bro. Because look, I would rather live a minimal. If I had the money, to be honest, I wouldn't be in a huge, in a place of affluency that's really draining my pockets. Especially if I'm not generating, if I don't have an income that's generating on a consistent basis, I really can't live that affluency that I like. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't do it. And material shit, man, to me is more so outside of a big ass motherfucking house and all that shit. But anyway, any more gems about Bud, first promoter? All I know is, Chris Menendorf, Bud wasn't able to untie the knot to move on freely. So therefore, people, if you go back and look at Victory Boxing Promotion, yeah, he's still tied in, I believe. He's still tied in, and people need to be aware of that. Just like people was talking about Jerome Ennis not being on TV. Chris Menendorf has say so. See, Jerome Ennis split with Cameron and Menendorf. And he said Cameron was his sole freaking manager. He joined Victory Boxing because of Cameron, right? But then when they split up, he's saying the sole representation was Cameron. But Chris Menendorf was saying, no, you signed a promotional deal with me. You signed a promotional deal. So you just can't separate from me and say it's all about Cameron now when we do two separate things. And that's pretty much all I can say about that. Like, Jerome Ennis split. He thought he can just go with Cameron, who initially draw him into, the way they treated Bud Crawford. They say, oh man, I like how they moving Bud Crawford, so I want to be a part of that. He became a part of it. But yet, I'm not sure who didn't read what or what happened or what the paperwork looked like. But Jerome Ennis is still and has to go through Menendorf. Every fight that he steps into, it has to be approved by Menendorf. That is fact. A percentage of his fight purse has to go to Menendorf. They tried to take it to court. They wasn't successful. So they're still trying to figure all this shit out. So you're looking at Jerome Ennis, who is a bright face in the sport of boxing moving forward. He has this particular situation to deal with moving forward. Whatever fight, it has to go through the process of being approved by Victory Boxing Promotion behind the scene. It don't matter who he signed with until he severed ties or pay out Chris Menendorf. He's still going to be tied down to him. That's somewhat similar to what Mikey Garcia did with Top Rank. Mikey Garcia left the sport. I think he was out of the sport for damn near 2 years, right? Let me look this shit up. Mikey Garcia did the same thing, man. He went into real estate. He paid over $1 million in legal fees to get out of the contract with Top Rank, man. That's grown man shit Mikey Garcia did. Grown man shit right there. That's why he was able to get that fight with Errol Spence. Shit, that's what he wanted. Hold on for a second. I'm going to tell you how long he was out the sport. I don't want to misquote the year, but I know he was out the sport for close to 2 years, I believe. I'm about to tell you right now. What the fuck? Okay. So, okay. I believe it's from 2014, January 2014 to July 2016. Mikey Garcia was out the sport. He fought Juan Carlos Burgos, and he didn't come back to the sport to 2016 when he fought Helio Rojas. Yeah, just a little fact right there. Wilder made big money on the back end, right? He grossed at least 75 over his entire career. I remember Wilder mentioned he made good money for Ortiz. Yeah, Wilder has made mention, man. He seemed to do did very well, even though when he was negotiating in 2018 with Joshua, people was like, "Oh, he ain't made nothing." Eddie Hearn's coming here. We want to give Deontay Wilder 4 or 5 times what he ever made in his career, and they want to put it out there like he ain't made anything, but he was making money. I don't really get into the money aspect of fighters to basically prove anything unless we're talking about negotiation, right? I don't really base salary off seeing a fighter fight each other. Like I'm talking strictly credentials, resume, performances, and all that shit. The only time it really matters to me to mention it is when, just say for instance, Anthony Joshua was making $5 million a fight, and Deontay Wilder trying to fight Anthony Joshua, and Deontay's highest grossing was 800,000. But for this fight, being a Joshua, just say for instance, was unified champion, Deontay want to come in and say, okay, I want 5 million. When Anthony Joshua, his highest payday has been 5 million. So due to PPV, Joshua might be able to gross 6-7 million. But Deontay said, I want 5 million for this fight. But he never really made outside of 800,000. That's a difference. That's a huge jump to say, okay, I want to go from 800,000 to freaking 5 million just to make a fight. To me, that's a little bit out the range of acceptance. You know what I'm saying? You being a little bit greedy when it comes to that. WCF, these other countries ain't like the US. Roy ain't asking for nothing. Yeah, Roy ain't asking for shit, man. When Roy pull up on the scene, he get out. Motherfucker, everything is laid out. Everybody go to the death. Nice to meet you again, Mr. Jones. Your room will be your suite will be room 747, located on the 10th floor, overlooking the ocean. You know what I'm saying? He ain't asking for shit. And also you'll find some amenities there. It's all free of charge. You got some of the fine wine, cheese, grapes, and also you will have a 6-course meal each day from some of the finest chefs. You know what I'm saying? He ain't asking for shit, y'all. I think that court case with Crawford is down. I don't know, man. I didn't say Crawford was in a court case. I said Jerome Ennis was in a court case. And I'm not sure if Crawford is untied from Chris Menendorf. I'm not sure. If anybody can present me some other evidence, I think he was still tied down to that. I don't think Menendorf was paid off in full for Crawford to get released. Unless somebody has other information, I'm willing and always open for that. You know what I'm saying? But what I could do right here, I'm gonna basically drop it in right quick. See Crawford and I'm gonna try to find out something right now. I don't think so though. Damn. Dang. I don't see too much out here. I don't see too much out here about it. To be honest, y'all, I don't see too much out here about it. Seriously. But yeah, if I come up with anything else, I'll just talk about it on the other live. Real talk. That's the only thing I can say about that. I'll talk about it on the other live. I'm about to let me see. Let me see if I still got this pulled up. Okay. So 85 said, salute. I believe that as long as Bud is with Top Rank, he has to pay his old promoter 8%. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's around the general number, man. I'm not sure. I didn't know what percent, but he did have to pay him something. And that sounds about right with him being signed to Top Rank and having to come out the pocket with that 8%. I haven't been able to find anything out, but that sounds about right, to be honest. He still had a small percentage that comes out that goes to Victory Boxing Promotion. The same one that has locked in Jerome Ennis, who initially joined up because he believed and he felt good about the way they was moving Crawford. But he ended up getting stuck in the net too. It's fucked up, man. Because Jerome Ennis has such promise, man. But yet he has to deal with and it's Cameron Duncan. I think that's the guy's name, I think. And he parted ways, but yet they still had to go to court and they're still trying to figure this out. But the last word I had on that is that they felt like they would be able to come to a resolution, an amicable resolution. And usually amicable means that the person that's due to get paid, which is Chris Menendorf, you have to come out the pocket. You have to come out the pocket. You know what I'm saying? So unless they pay the man off, and I don't know what that would be, he's still gonna have to do the same thing Crawford doing. You know, he's gonna have to give a percentage. But appreciate that info, 85. Appreciate that info. Real talk. Good shit. But y'all, you know what it is tonight, man. I usually don't put nobody on my damn title. But IOTBA, man, you had that shit coming. I didn't even show the whole video what I wanted to show, really. But I don't like putting other motherfuckers on my shit. But that was the biggest damn Spence damn lap rider ever. I read it. It's not as long as he was top ranked. It was for a few fights because they were fighting and not paying. So he's clear. So Terrence clear. If he's clear, that's good. I haven't really dove into that, you know what I'm saying, about that. But yeah, if it's clear, that's good. That's good to go. That's good shit. Seriously, that's good shit. If he's free and clear right now, that's good shit. But tonight's tonight, man. I'll be back on later live. To cover this Terrence Crawford. See what people are gonna say about Terrence Crawford if Errol Spence is the winner. It's always gonna be the topic of conversation. The cover, is Errol Spence gonna say Terrence Crawford name after the fight? Because I truly believe that Errol Spence is gonna win, and only one name we want to hear. But then again, if we hear the name, like we've heard before, does it really mean anything? Seriously, does it mean anything if Errol Spence wins and say, you know what, I'm we're gonna go back and talk and see can we make this fight with Terrence Crawford, or he's gonna say, well, after Pacquiao, then we're gonna see if Terrence Crawford still has the belt. We're gonna see can we make this undisputed fight, because Terrence Crawford has said that if the 60-40 is not in his benefit, he ain't fighting. So we have to see, we got to constantly keep this topic, flowing around, man. Don't let it die, because it's just so much contradiction is going on about if he goes in here and defeat Danny Garcia, he becomes top pound for pound in front of freaking Terrence Crawford, which is absurd. Like, how the fuck do you figure? How do you figure, man? Like where are you coming up with these conclusions? Y'all trying desperately to put Errol Spence at the top when you're talking about a guy who's unified an entire division. He's a future Hall of Famer. If Terrence Crawford stopped fighting today, he is a future Hall of Famer. Period. He's a Hall of Famer. Period. What he's been able to amass since picking up the title from Jeff Horn, man. How many fighters have been undefeated? And he stopped them. I didn't see Mikey Garcia trying to fight Terrence Crawford. I'm just saying, people, I didn't hear that name coming out. I see something. I see something in Terrence Crawford. I see something in Errol Spence too, but I just see something. I didn't hear Mikey Garcia saying that shit. I just see something in Terrence Crawford that I can exploit. Yeah, I can exploit that shit. No, he wasn't saying that. He's up here saying, in Errol Spence, we see something. Y'all just wait and see. We see something. Everything that Errol Spence does, we do better. You didn't hear Mikey Garcia with that same energy when it came to Terrence Crawford. I didn't hear him saying, when it comes to Terrence Crawford, it's a lot of shit that we see that we think we better than, but we don't know for sure. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We do see something though. You wasn't hearing Mikey Garcia with that same damn banter coming over there. Nah. I read it. It's not as long as TR. It was for a few fights. Okay. I'm gonna send it to your boy. He will send it to you. He will send it to you. I'm not sure who's my boy. Who's my boy, Michael? Who's my boy? Who's my boy? I that's the first time I ever got. I'm gonna send it to your boy. Hey man, I'm gonna send that shit to your boy, man. Hold tight. I'm gonna send that to your boy. Who? Who we talking about, my boy? I have no idea. Who am I linked up to that I'm unaware of? My boy. I'm gonna send it to your boy, and he'll send it to you. I'm not sure, man. But man, tonight's the night. Yeah, tonight's the night. Some questions will be answered. It's only one way. Look, let me see. I don't like providing these freaking prognosticated hypotheticals, shit like that. But if Errol Spence goes in here and does something that's just ultimately, just on a higher scale than we ever could imagine. If he goes in here and stops Danny Garcia, I think it cancels out the Manny Pacquiao fight because people don't want to see that shit with a 42-year-old man, right? They're going to be pushing more for the Terrence Crawford Errol Spence fight if Errol is able to go in here and stop Danny Garcia. Because then they're looking at it like, you know what? It's now or never. Y'all make this fight. He just went in there and stopped Danny Garcia, who's never been stopped. But if he goes in there and go the distance with Danny Garcia, it just keeps us in the same place, treading water. You know what I'm saying? In the boxing current, just treading water. Anybody else talking about it? Okay, we have another post up about Spence. You know, everybody's gonna jump on here and put up the thumbnails. You know, they already done pre-made the thumbnails. You know, the ones that's proactive, they pre-made the thumbnails. If Spence wins, is Bud Crawford next? With a question mark. You know what I'm saying? What's next for Errol Spence after dispersing of Danny Garcia? Is it Manny Pacquiao? Or is it Terrence Bud Crawford? Let's weigh in, people. And don't forget to drop those super chats. Hey, we got 200 in the building. We only have 15 likes. Man, that shit's hilarious, bro. I just got to make light of that shit. Because I'm like, damn, if motherfuckers are fucking with you, you don't have to ask them to do shit, dog. Fuck that. I ain't sitting on here asking people every day to do the same shit. I'm not going to do it, bro. You know, the people that tune in to my shit right now, I'm cool. They asking questions, I'm answering. I'm interacting with the dialogue in the live chat. You know what I'm saying? The ones who fuck with you, they'll fuck with you. But I must say, in closing, yeah, I'm sending shots. I see some people who are paying for subscribers. I see you. I see your subscribers going up. You had 1,000 some subscribers, and then within 2 weeks, you're sitting close to 5,000. That doesn't happen. Come on, stop it. They're paying for viewers and shit. And look, get your grime on however you feel. But come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on. You're paying for views on freaking look, one thing y'all need to understand, you cannot be internet famous, man, just from sitting behind the screen pretending that you're getting viewers and subscribers like that. Legitimate people who fuck with you, you're gonna see them and they'll pass the word to other people. You're going to get genuine followers that when you actually going live, you're going to have people that's tuned in and your numbers are going to spike. You're going to have numbers that spike. All you have to do is look in the live chat and see. If you got 100 people tuned in, but yet you got the same 5 or 6 people, then you know that shit is artificial. That's fake. That's what we had at social media. Fake it till you make it, goddammit. Fake it till you motherfucking make it. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay, I answered that on my way out the door. Tone say, what is my thoughts on Calvin Qatar and Cater and versus Max Holloway? It's a good fight. Style wise, it's a good fight. I don't know how Max Holloway hit. I wouldn't say he hit a wall. I know he took that damage that time, and they disqualify him as being medically cleared. People say he was freaking talking to himself and shit like that, right? So when Max Holloway was still champion, and he he kind of stepped up to face Dustin Poirier and took that beating. I don't know if he's still facing the residual effects of fate, taking that punishment in his career or what, because Max is all about that smoke. Like Max, he's all about standing in the pocket and trading and going tit for tat. I don't know if he's all there. He seems good. I don't know, but he took 2 losses to Alexander Volkanovski, in which I thought he may have won the second fight, but he didn't get the nod. Facing Calvin Qatar would be tough. It's gonna be a tough fight for him. I don't know if he's on the, he still has that upward incline to his career, or he's on the decline. I'm not sure if I'm about to witness a freaking Diego Sanchez in Max Holloway, but I'm curious, man. I'm curious to know where he's at right now. That's just like Brian T. City Ortega. The beating that Brian took from Max Holloway, it took him forever to get back in the ring, man. And then he goes in there and fight a much distance gauging fight against Korean Zombie. It all depends, man. Let me look up something right quick before I'm up out of here. Let me look up something. Appreciate that question. Let me look up something right quick. I just wanna put some shit together. So, yeah, Max is coming off that freaking back-to-back loss, and his last fight was this year. So, yeah, he went up there and lost to Dustin Poirier at the lightweight division, and of course, Dustin's been campaigning up there, but he was trying his best to become a champ, and he was hoping to step in there with Khabib. I'm glad he didn't step in there with Khabib because I think that would have been a massacre, to be honest. But Kevin Qatar, he coming off the I think he was the one that dropped that elbow on Jeremy Stevens on the inside. He landed that right elbow on Jeremy Stevens, and I was going for Jeremy. I'm not gonna lie, but I started paying attention to Kevin Qatar after that. And then Dan Ige, that was a good decision win that he was able to get. But just 2 fights ago, he lost to Zabit Magomedasharipov. And I don't know if he's improved since then or whatever, but Qatar is serious. And I got Kevin Qatar winning this fight, to be honest. Serious. I got him winning this fight against Max Holloway. I do. I think he has the goods to win this fight. Both of these guys are trying to work themselves up to the top of the featherweight division. Max Holloway has already been champion there. He's too small to move up the lightweight. And people need to understand one thing. Khabib Nurmagomedov will be back to the sport. Know that. Khabib will be back to the sport. He's just saying that, he's waiting for his mom to give him the okay. And if his mom says it's okay, he will return back to the sport. But besides that, I have Kevin Qatar, Cater, winning that fight against Max Holloway. That's just me. He lost twice to Alexander Volkanovski, who is a very legitimate fighter. All around skill set right now, I have to, I give the check mark for Volkanovski. But then I'm curious to know if he's gonna get that fight with Henry Cejudo. Henry Cejudo retired from the sport after stopping Dominique Cruz for that, that bantamweight, stopping one of the best bantamweights in the game. He's trying to come back to the sport and fight. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to come back and become quadruple C. You know what I'm saying? He's already called himself 3C. He's a gold medal wrestler, and he was the flyweight and bantamweight UFC world champion. Now he's trying to potentially come back and fight Alexander Volkanovski and do what no one else has been able to do in the UFC. Become a 3-division champion. He wants to come back and fight for the featherweight championship potentially in Alexander Volkanovski, and that would be a good fight. That would be a tough fight for Cejudo. Let's see if it happened. But yeah, Cater, I got him defeating Max Holloway. But Max is my guy, man. I like Max, but I don't know if he's on the decline, like Diego. Like I'm seeing signs of Diego, Nightmare Sanchez. The better days may have been over for Max Holloway, I think. He's not that old, but I think it might be that. Because in mixed martial arts, the sport just continues to evolve, and you have to keep up. So Boxing King asked about MVP, Michael Venom Page. He said, what are your thoughts on MVP in Bellator? I lost track of him. His last fight. Has he had a fight? Do you think he can be competitive against Izzy? Man, look, Michael Venom Page, man, I think he definitely won his last fight. I know he had mentioned potentially getting a rematch. When I talked to Douglas Lima, who's a 3-time welterweight champion, 4-time if you include all his belts in mixed martial arts. I asked, he was asked about facing Douglas Lima again, and that fight may happen somewhere down the line. But he did win his last fight. But then also, if you're looking at him stepping in there with Israel Adesanya, they're fighting in 2 different weight classes right now. All right, Michael Venom Page fights in welterweight, and we know Israel Adesanya is a middleweight champion right now, and he's talking about moving up to light heavyweight. There's no way that fight is going to happen unless Dana White signs Michael Venom Page, and I don't think that's happening because he was knocked out by Douglas Lima. It's not like he has a lot of losses, but he has star power. He has to build himself back up in order for Dana White to even consider him to be signed with the UFC. And even then, how is he going to fight? And he's fighting at welterweight, 170. He will have to move up to 185 at least, because Adesanya fights at 185, not 170. I don't see that fight ever happening, but if it did, it'll be a good striking match. Seriously, because my MVP is motherfucking fast as shit. I asked one, look, this is no cap. I haven't even posted the video yet, there, Boxing King. I have a video of one of his victims. I do. I have a video. When I saw him down here, I interviewed him. He was kickboxing. He was doing kickboxing now. He's got out of mixed martial arts. I asked him, I said, listen, it's something I always wanted to know. Is MVP as quick as they say he is, or he quick, or he just all show? He said, no, man, he quick. And when he land that punch, it has some sting behind it. Like he has some power behind it. He is quick. Darting in and out like that, he's very quick. I said, okay, because MVP knocked him out. I haven't posted the video up yet. I mean, I have to put that video together and post it, man. But yeah, I talked to him. I seen him. He gave me an interview. One of MVP's opponents that he knocked out. He said, damn, MVP is very quick. And he did hurt Douglas Lima in that fight. But Lima being the champion he is, he recovered and he ended up getting a knockout. You know what I'm saying? He was able to chop at that low calf kick, catching MVP coming in, his blitz. He was able to time it correctly that time, kicked him with the right leg. Once MVP hit the canvas, he was trying to get up, and Douglas stepped in and said, He clipped him with that right hand, pop, with that uppercut, and lights was out. Done. Yeah, man. He said, have you seen a 6'5"? Of course. Sebastian Fundora? Of course. Of course. He's the co-main event. He's stepping in there with Hamed. Of course. What I think about him, I talked about him the other night. I talked about Sebastian Fundora the other night. I felt that he was defeated by Gervonta Clark, and they was raising him up, and they gave the fight a draw, right? Sebastian Fundora, he stepped in. Yeah, I got that on Mike. Appreciate you. He stepped in there with a guy, Daniel Lewis, man, who's like 5, what? Daniel Lewis is like 5'10", 5'11", I think, with a 71-inch reach. And he was touching up Fundora. But they have a lot of promise. They pushing this dude to be world champion. You know what I'm saying? They really pushing Fundora. He is 6'6", 6'6" supposedly now. Sebastian Fundora is about 6'6", give or take. So they really pushing him hard in the 154-pound division. He's ranked in the IBF. And yeah, man. Yeah, I seen it. Gervonta Clark beat him, though. When I talked to Gervonta in Cincinnati, I told him, I said, man, I thought you beat him. And I said, why do you think you didn't get the nod? He said, boxing politics. He said, you can't cry about it. And that's fucked up. Boxers have that mentality to say, you know what, it's boxing politics. But I truly thought he fought a good fight and he beat Fundora. But Fundora got a draw to move on to fight another day. And he's still undefeated. Just recently, he defeated Nathaniel Gallimore, who'd never been stopped. You know what I'm saying? Never been stopped. Nate has stepped in there and stopped Jason Rosario. He come a last minute replacement against Erickson Lubin and went the distance. But man, Sebastian Fundora, man, he can box on the inside for his height, man. Yeah. Yep. Is there a way that MVP and Izzy can meet half to make? Nah. In and out, side, nope. It ain't no way, man. There's no way. There's no way. Dana White is not doing cross promotions, man. If that was the case, we would see Kamaru Usman fight Douglas Lima. Douglas Lima just came off a loss against Gegard Mousasi because he was trying to be champ. So he's the current welterweight champion, but he moved up the middleweight to fight Gegard Mousasi and ended up losing that fight. But he didn't get stopped or anything. He just lost the decision. But Douglas Lima is in my opinion, is the best welterweight. I don't think he'll ever sign with the UFC, even though his brother Diego Lima fights in the UFC. I don't think Douglas will ever sign with the UFC. And I truly don't see Dana White signing MVP just so he can fight a guy who's a higher weight class, who's looking forward to fight John Jones. The fight to be made, Boxing King, is Israel Adesanya and John Jones. When you want to talk about numbers, I'll tell anybody right here, right now, the numbers game, when it comes to PPV, if Adesanya steps in there with John Jones, it will do higher numbers than Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor. I'm putting everything on it. That matchup right there at light heavyweight, Israel Adesanya and John Jones, who both fighters, if they maintain their streak, because, you know, Adesanya is basically talking about moving up, fighting Juan Blachowicz. Juan Blachowicz just defeated Dominic Reyes. So he steps in there and fight Juan Blachowicz and becomes the champ, the middleweight champ and the light heavyweight champ. He would have did something John Jones hasn't did. So that's going to boost up the MMA fans to tune into this fight and the boxing fans, because damn near they got the same physical composition. They somewhat similar in their striking dynamic. But John Jones has never been defeated in the cage. What I mean by that, he has a 1 on his record from an illegal elbow to Matt Hamill, who he was dominating. Death by 1,000 elbows, right? But when it comes down to this fight right here, a lot of people are going to look at it and say, damn, you know, Adesanya, he's going to give John Jones a run for his money. You know, he's been tearing up through the freaking UFC. He's been doing outstanding shit. He's undefeated. He defeated Robert Whittaker. He went in there and defeated Yoel Romero. He defeated Kevin Gastelum. He defeated Marvin Vinatieri, who's fighting tonight against Jack Hermanson. You know, he's did all that shit. Now, if he steps in there with John Jones, I do believe PPV wise, it'll do higher numbers than Floyd Mayweather, Conor McGregor. It has to be on the right date. And people, including boxers, will tune in. And then last word out the door, since we're talking about mixed martial arts, goddammit. Since y'all was asking me MMA questions. Did y'all see the video that's out on Carissa Shields? I'm trying, but I'm unable. It's not too many people out here. One person. I'm talking about one voice. Look what Deontay used to say: one face, one name. One face, one name. World Combat Sports. I switch up the topic from boxing to MMA in a heartbeat. I do this. It's been It's been difficult for me to. If anybody out there, I've been trying to get a hold of Carissa Shields to talk about this boxing MMA shit. I've been trying because not too many people can go out here and truly talk about what they're looking for and have a conversation about mixed martial arts with a boxer. But she signed with PFL, Professional Fighters League. And it's a lot of questions I have to ask. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of questions. And I even said this, people. Man, those of you that follow me, y'all know I said this shit. I said that Carissa Shields has pretty much exhausted. She's pretty much accomplished the highest pinnacle at such an early age in boxing. Seriously. Outside of her fight with Dakari, she's accomplished and became the fastest to do it, man or woman. All right. 10-2 knockouts. Unfucking believable. I said the only thing she has to do now is transition over to mixed martial arts. I said that shit a long time ago. I said, but in order for her to be respected and not just be another Heather Hardy, Amanda Serrano, more so like a Holly Holmes, okay? Because Holly Holmes, that was a multi-time boxing champion, I believe 17 or 18 time, switched over to kickboxing, got her shit together, practiced mixed martial arts, and only when it was right at Jackson Wink, she switched over to MMA. And we all know what happened from there. She ended up defeating Ronda Rousey and giving her her first loss and taking her belt and pretty much sending Ronda Rousey into seclusion. Carissa Shields isn't there yet, man. She needs to take a year and a half. She needs to take a minimum of 2 years. Boxing, listen, I know she probably thinks somebody's hating, but I'm sick and tired of this hating shit when it comes to certain black people and other black people. Make up your fucking mind when you say somebody's keeping it real. And then when somebody is keeping it real, you say, oh, they hating. They pick and choose who they want to roll up on. This is my take on it. When you don't have knockout power and you're talking about going in there and fighting in a tournament-based organization. Remember I told you all this. Right now at her weight class, if she's competing at 155, which is what? Lightweight. I see other competitors out there that's much more talented than Carissa Shields that's fighting in the PFL. One, Laura Sanchez. Laura Sanchez is tall. She knows how to fight on the inside. And plus she has decent power. Laura Sanchez. And then the Olympian. I think her name is Kayla Harrison. She's the champ right now, lightweight. Olympian, medalist. I don't see Carissa Shields coming close to beating her in mixed martial arts. Did anybody hear the division? Because I think the highest division that's in the PFL is 155 for the women. The UFC don't even have a women's 155-pound division. The champ that's at the 145-pound division is Amanda Nunes. She's the champ at 35 and 45. Now, it's a reason that Carissa is going over there to PFL because they're in the process of building up their fighters league, so to speak. They're building up they're building up the fighters numbers. And then you look at the weight that Carissa compete in boxing. It generates and bleeds over to mixed martial arts. The weight divisions are different though. You know what I'm saying? Like the weight is weight. But the fucked up thing about a boxer who's competing at middleweight, super middleweight, 60, 68, and when you come over to mixed martial arts, you have to totally understand what weight class you're going to be in. Like it's different. Like, there's no 160-pound division in mixed martial arts for the men. It's a 155-pound division, which is lightweight. It's no 168-pound division in mixed martial arts when it comes to the UFC and Bellator. There's a 170-pound division, which is welterweight. And then just think about this. The next division up is 185 pounds, and that's middleweight. So for Carissa Shields to come over here and fight at 155, she's going to have to understand that she didn't have no power at the higher weights at boxing. She's not going to have powers she's not going to have that crazy power like people believe because she's putting on 4-ounce gloves. She's going to learn how to place her punches because the gloves are there to protect the fighter who's wearing the equipment, not the fighter who's being delegated the punishment. Then she's going to have to learn, check this out, y'all. She's going to have to learn how to navigate herself in a 5-minute round. It ain't no freaking, oh, we in women's boxing, this 2-minute rounds and all this shit. No, 5 minutes per round. You have to learn how to navigate yourself in the cage, which is 30 feet. All that space, you're going to have to learn how to navigate yourself for 5 minutes per round. 5 minutes, people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ¿Te entiendes, amigo? You're going to have to learn how to navigate yourself. That's why I say she should take 2 years. Practice her Muay Thai. I saw the video come out. She threw a knee. I don't like it. I don't like the video. You know why? It gives me that Mike Tyson vibe. So therefore, I want to see her in real time and see how her form look. Stop speeding up the clips, okay, and splicing them together and making it seem like she's doing something. No, I want to see her gradually improve in real time. Don't alter the video. Just show her practicing. I see her right leg is her main leg, but look, you're in martial arts. You need to learn how to kick certain objects like bamboo and deaden those nerves in the freaking shin. You need to start learning how to kick with both legs. Real talk. If you fight orthodox in boxing, and of course you want to start kicking with your real leg, yeah, that's good. They're going to start working that up. But you need to learn how to kick with both legs. You need to learn how to understand that boxing, you come out and everybody ain't a Terrence Crawford. So you need to learn how to switch hit. In mixed martial arts, there's no coming out as freaking orthodox and stand there the whole fight. No, you have the ability to switch stance. And then with her not having that much power, she needs to use her speed to learn how to land those punches. But the one crazy aspect about the muddy flats. The muddy flats, wanna tell you now. The muddy flats. The muddy flats in mixed martial arts is the ground game. All right? This is where it comes into the mentality of boxing IQ versus MMA IQ. Carissa Shields goes in here with her boxing talent and she commits on throwing power shots in certain cases because that's her natural ability, right? She's been boxing her whole life, right? The one thing about mixed martial arts, you have to be extremely careful with overly committing on your power punches, because the first thing they're going to do is get in close enough and they're going to give you different type of feints. They're going to feint with the feet. They're going to give you the foot feints. They might give you the shoulder feints, head feints, hip feints. They might give you any type of feints to get you to bite, but ultimately to set you up for the takedown. For her to learn how to get in her head, it's going to take her outside of the gym. For people taking her down, it's going to take her a quite a length of time to get used to, okay, as a boxer, I need to throw my punches differently. So if it is a level change for them to take me down, I'm able to sprawl out. I'm able to separate my hips. I'm able to gain that leverage to stuff to take down. But in boxing, yeah, Kayla Harrison, that's her name, Kayla Harrison. I think like with Carissa Shields being a boxer and want to come in here and potentially go for what she knows. And mixed martial arts is just so many other dynamics to the muddy flats that would get her to commit to the power shot. And before she know it, they in on her hips, or they in on a single double leg, and she's on the ground. And there's a system. There's a system that these mixed martial arts artists are used to and remediate over and over again. It's a system. And the system for them in the takedown, once they get the takedown, is to avoid the legs. But if you're the one being taken down, you also have a system. You're trying to control them with your legs. If you're not used to them, working for the guard, placing your opponent in a less dominant position once you are on your back, then you're going to be in trouble if you Carissa Shields. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying she can't make it happen, but don't be up here saying, okay, PFL, you signing Carissa Shields, and then Kayla Harrison, who we all know is a problem. And look, if Kayla Harrison's dropping down 145 pounds, that tells me right here, right now, they're trying to set Carissa Shields up to be a champ in boxing and in mixed martial arts, which I'm not saying there's not a fighter out there at 155 that cannot defeat her. Like I said before, if Laura Sanchez is still in the 55-pound division, she's a legitimate striker. Let me see something right quick. Let me look something up. Let me look something up right quick. So I remember them announcing the 155-pound division. So I want to go down here and check out. Okay. So Laura Sanchez is still lightweight. She has a 1-0 record. Kayla Harrison, they still have her as a lightweight. Both of them, in my opinion, are better than Carissa Shields when it comes to mixed martial arts experience. So this is not what I want. I want the weight classes. Just to check something out, though. I just want the weight classes. Let me see. Does it have it right here? I just want the women's weight classes. Women, PFL. Let me see if I can find this out right quick. So Kayla Harrison already won. We know that. She already won. Of course, she was gonna win that shit. I have to look up this, but if she's moving down to 145, I still don't see Carissa Shields defeating Laura Sanchez, who's 1-0 in there. She's had even though she had minimal MMA experience, she's had enough. Like, she's a very tall fighter. So if you're talking about a tall fighter at that weight who has pretty solid knees, in order for Carissa Shields to catch Laura Sanchez with a knee, or even to get used, this is another thing y'all need to understand about kicks. Carissa Shields needs to condition her body to be able to take kicks in the thighs, in the shins, all that shit. It's a whole different world. So when she's kicked by one of these fighters in mixed martial arts, it doesn't force her to step back and say, ouch, that shit hurt. It's just natural. If you haven't been working on this type, yeah, they're going to put you on bag work. They're gonna have you freaking kicking the bag, but you have to get used to people kicking you. And that's why I say 2 years. She needs to work on her Muay Thai, boxing, wrestling, and of course the Muddy Flash BJJ. And I don't know how Carissa Shields might be comfortable with in that jiu-jitsu game, but she's gonna have people that's younger than her working her on the mat. I'm not sure what her mentality is gonna be after that. Like that's how BJJ is. You can get some teenagers that's been in BJJ for 2 years, and them motherfuckers are the truth. And look, and they might just be a blue belt, or they might be a white belt, and them cats are the truth. And they only been in damn BJJ for a year and a half or two. She's gonna have to put some mat time in, have people on top of her, getting out of predicaments, getting out of freaking less dominant positions. Just remediate, getting used. And I respect Shields that she put in the damn work to understand that the sacrifice is tremendous. And it's gonna be something different than boxing, y'all. If Carissa Shields just dedicate and say, you know what, fuck all the ego, I really have to put in some mat time. Mat time is different. Like you have to understand you're about to go to work to be in contact with somebody in the closest manner possible. That means people are going to be on top of you, behind you, side, all that. You're going to be being violated. When I say violated, people are going to be violating your space, trying to work for submissions. People are going to be putting you in predicaments. You're going to have to put yourself and learn how to put people in predicaments on the mat and work for submissions. That's body to body contact. You're going to have to get used to close proximity. Is Carissa Shields ready for that? Yeah, I got your email, bro. Appreciate that. If she's dropping down, okay. I'm gonna answer this last question by Tone. Should John Jones or Francis Ngannou get the next title shot at the UFC heavyweight title? Or should they fight for the interim title and the winner faces Stipe? Okay, from my understanding, the person that's up for Stipe next, I know that's all up to Dana White on who they're trying to get in there for Stipe Miocic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Dana White is trying to protect him, but it's really up to him, because 1 minute we think it's gonna be John Jones who's getting the title shot, but then somebody else comes up there and Dana White said, "Oh, we're gonna make this fight. I think we owe it to the fans to make this fight." You know what I'm saying? Stipe Miocic defeating Daniel Cormier. Hey, he's number 4 on the top pound for pound list, man. I got to show him love. But when it comes to the next one in line, Francis Ngannou, Francis went in there one time already. I really think Francis deserves another freaking shot at Stipe Miocic. I do. But right now, I'm gonna be honest with you. From Olenek to Sakai to Abdurak Hamov, one of the people that's sitting at number 7 right now, they trying to push is JDS. They're trying to push Junior Dos Santos to step in there with Stipe. Now, Junior Dos Santos is number 7 right now. You know, looking at his previous fights, man, he's trying to push. They trying to goddamn talk to get himself in position for a motherfucking title shot. All right. But look who in front of him. You got Volkov, tall, rangy striker. You got Overeem, who's been winning. You have Derek Lewis, who was supposed to step in there against Curtis Blade. That right there is power puncher against wrestler. And then of course you got your Zinho Rosenstruck, who was stopped by Francis Ngannou in 40 freaking seconds or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But he's still at number 3. All that to say this. I think the one that's probably going to get the shot next is Francis Ngannou or Junior Dos Santos. All right. John Jones is currently retired, but he's training and picking up muscle and weight to compete at heavyweight. I don't think he's getting the next shot. I think Ngannou, who's been in there already and lost, he gets a rematch. Junior Dos Santos, he's been on the winning streak. They're trying to work that shit out. But I truly believe that John Jones will get the winner. Whoever that is, John Jones steps in there, and he just about can compete with any of these guys. Now, this is the heavyweight division, so John Jones knows what he has to do to go in here against these heavy hitters. 4-ounce gloves, heavy hitters. This ain't boxing. This is what I try to explain to people. This ain't boxing. You ain't wearing 10-ounce gloves in the heavy division. You're wearing 4-ounce gloves, period. It don't matter if you in a 125-pound division all the way to the heavyweight division. You are wearing 4-ounce gloves, people. When you get touched, you get touched. You get touched. You get touched. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I agree. You cannot do a crash course in combat sports. So, that's why I wanted to talk to her. Really, it's weird, man. It's like I ain't never been no person that's gonna low crawl and kiss nobody's feet. No. But I would definitely it'll be a genuine conversation, man, to understand where she's at right here in her combat sports career. And being that I know I'm one of the only people that can have a conversation about this MMA game with her crossing over like that and what she has to go through. I know that for a fact, though. She's in there training with an MMA coach. Well, they have different levels of coaches you deal with. You might have a Muay Thai coach, a boxing coach. Boxing coaches that train boxers also train mixed martial artists. Absolutely. To have a wrestling coach, once again, in order for Carissa Shields to get the amount of training to defend takedown and stuff like that, she needs to work on her wrestling. And that is full contact. That is body to body contact. And you're probably saying to yourself, like, okay, boxing's contact. It's a different type of contact. This is close and personal, body to body. And it requires you to reach out and stay in contact with your opponent for long periods of time. It requires you to be body to body. It requires you to remediate, takedown defense, after takedown defense, after takedown defense. So what does that entail, people? You're going from boxing into a more physical demanding sport in mixed martial arts. You have to stay injury free. You have to get your body acclimated to takedown defenses and kicking. We don't know how her knees are going to hold up. She's still young, so her joints and ligaments and everything should still be good. But now you're talking about how does her hands hold up with 4-ounce gloves, being that she's used to wearing heavier gloves with more padding. Now she's fighting with 4-ounce gloves. And a lot of you might say, well, her being a boxer, that's going to be her benefit. Now she gets to, have a little bit more speed, and she may be able to land a lot more power. So I ask you this, what do you think her opponent's going to do? They about to step in there with Carissa Shields. Do you think they're going to stand up and trade with her just to prove a point? And Carissa Shields can box her ass off? No. They're going to get in there close and get the data. They're going to try to get some reaction out of her and then try to take her down. Okay. We know you just crossed over from boxing to MMA. What's your ground game like? What's the ground game like, shawty? What's your takedown defense looking like? And once you're on the ground, you can't be spazzing out. You have to be calm. You have to be calm. You have to understand and see what's going on. You can't panic and start kicking and screaming. Get the fuck off me, you bitch! Get your motherfucking ass up. No, you have to know how and what to work out of. And that goes with remediation, man. It don't matter, man, if you cuss a motherfucker out. and you on the ground, you got a gi. Cause she has to put on the gi time. She has to put on the gi and work on her freaking BJJ. She has to um put on the proper mat time and get rid of wrestling coach. All that Flint, Michigan, they ain't got shit to do with MMA. It's the motherfuckers that's from the mud, goddamn it, this MMA. People sleeping out of their cars. It's tough. It's gonna be tough. If Kayla Harrison's moving down to 45, man, I hope to God these fighters is at 55 and it's not going in there. And PFL set up some bullshit ass fights for Carissa to say, okay, let's give her a couple of fights against some people who shouldn't even be in the motherfucking building, breathing MMA, first of all. And then she gets to the title shot for money. Oh, Carissa Shields made it to the title because PFL does tournament base. My boy Lance Palmer, shout out to Lance Palmer. He's legit. He's won the freaking tournament twice, $1 million a piece. This dude is legit. That's the one thing about tournament base. You got to fight whoever advances. So according to her being in the division that's very dense in competitors, I don't want to see no shit like, okay, this girl look like she shouldn't be in here. Like we saw in boxing. That fighter named Estrada, who was freaking 5-05 knockouts. And then she had like she never knew how to take a punch in her fucking life. And she ended up sleep up underneath the damn bottom rope. I don't want to see two easy opponents. And then she step in there with the championship. And she ended up touching a fighter who has BJJ skills. She goes in there and knock the girl out and becomes a champion. And then she disappears and go back to boxing just to say, oh, I'm the GOAT. I did boxing and MMA. I'm not hating on her. I'm just talking from a realistic standpoint of boxing MMA, y'all. It's not that easy. And for PFL to sign her, there's a plan brewing. Believe that. There's a motherfucking plan. Look, this is what I like about the UFC. Perfect example of someone who followed the sport. Perfect example. I'm about to give you this analogy when it comes to Carissa Shields. Perfect example. CM Punk. CM Punk came from what considered extreme contact sport. Whether people want to look at it that way or not, he was extreme world wrestling entertainment. Dude was the top of the heap. CM Punk. So CM Punk, look at that. Look, this is a perfect example. Look at the time and the effort CM Punk put into training. I mean, CM Punk put effortless time into training. And Dana White said, you know what? I'm gonna sign CM Punk and bring him over here. Yeah. So he went in there and fought a guy named Michael something. And he beat him, right? So he went in there, you know, people was like, oh, CM Punk, man. What if he defeat this guy? What if he defeat that guy? So CM Punk, this is what I like about the UFC. He's inexperienced, but he's training with some legitimate dudes. He's training and putting in the fucking work. Like CM Punk is putting the dedication into being a mixed martial artist. They said, okay. Dana White didn't wait. Okay, CM Punk. Now you about to fight Mickey Gall. I was like, uh-oh. I said, oh shit. You know what? Let me see if he fight anybody after Mike before he fought Mickey Gall. I have to do my homework. You know, I know a lot of shit off the top, but man, I gotta, you know, since I'm talking about it, I gotta check it out. So, okay, CM Punk 0-2. So I'm correct. He didn't fight anybody after. Okay, he fought Mike Jackson after Mickey Gall. So I had the names correct, but the order. So the UFC places him in the cage with a BJJ specialist in Mickey Gall, y'all. And I'll say, oh my God, if CM Punk defeats Mickey Gall, I would say he has a legitimate chance for doing some shit. His first professional fight. Check this out, y'all. Let me break this and shred this because I gotta go, man. And goddamn, I'm gonna be on here till the fight come on. Shit, I gotta go get some sparring in. But check this out. Check this out. It takes me back to the Conor McGregor Floyd Mayweather. Even though these two fighters wasn't on the level, it was almost like CM Punk stepping in there with a fighter who had the experience, who has the experience, who's pretty decent. You know, Mickey Gall had pretty limited MMA experience, but his game was tight. But CM Punk was coming over from wrestling entertainment. He's putting in the work, tattoos all over and shit. But when they announced this fight with Mickey Gall, I say, oh my God, they putting him in there with a killer. Man, Ricky Gall sunk in that choke, a RNC, which is a rear naked choke in round one. I said, okay, let me see what this defense is like. Let me see what this defense subbed. I said, oh shit. And this is what I'm saying about Carissa Shields. It takes, man, I'm telling you, it takes so much fucking time to defend a choke. It takes so much time to get used to hand fighting. It takes so much time for point of contacts, knowing how close you should be and when you should be close, when you should be distant, whatever. Guard passing, knowing how to guard pass. Now, Mickey Gall, his next fight, he lost in 2016. He didn't come back to June of 2018, right? He lost to Mickey Gall in 2016. He didn't come back to 2018. Dana White said, okay, let me give CM Punk another chance. Let me give him another chance. I just got to give him another chance. He has a big name. He's a millionaire. Look, CM Punk was a millionaire. He's coming over as a millionaire to fight in the UFC MMA, which was a freaking undertaking of his own, right? He's training, videos coming out, training. Look, CM Punk went from 16 to 18 and stepped in there with a guy named Mike Jackson and lost the unanimous decision. He didn't even come close. He lost on boxing. Mike Jackson really kept it on the feet, back and forth. Carissa Shields has a lot of work to do. And you can't say just because CM Punk came from wrestling, two different type of sports, really, you have to put in a motherfucking work. You have to know when to do a 2-on-1. You have to know how to defend a choke, which way to turn your head when they're trying to sink in the choke from the back. You know, to defend different chokes. You have to know naturally how to defend these chokes when you're on your back, or even from the top position. How do you defend a triangle? If you're able to get the takedown, if Carissa shoots in for the takedown, and they have her head locked in, do she hop to the side of which the choke is, or does she hop to the opposite side? No, the answer is you make sure you hop to the opposite side of the choke and maintain patience. Anyway, let me get back to it, man. Y'all got me talking about MMA. Y'all know not to do that shit. Don't open up the bubble. Don't open up the motherfucking bubble, man. D Hodges in the building. What's good? What's good? Man, y'all got me on here talking about Dos Santos lost 3 consecutive fights by TKO. But they're pushing Dos Santos. They pushing Dos Santos, man. I'm telling you. They pushing because look, styles make fights, right? Styles make fights. Styles make fights, man. Sometimes you might find somebody who's getting knocked out by certain fighters, right? But yet the fighters that's knocked him out, they also lose it to other fighters. I'm telling you, the MMA game is crazy. Like even Alexander Volkan, tall fighter, he gets in there with somebody that equal him in height. Now you get a striking game between the two. I don't know, man. That heavyweight division is very funky right now. You know, DC, nobody defeats DC outside of Stipe Miocic, in my opinion. Nobody. Francis Ngannou don't. When DC incredibly learned how to box. He had the wrestling pedigree. He learned how to fucking box. Yes, he was stopped by Stipe. I understand that Stipe has a boxing background and pretty good wrestling takedown defense. But Stipe Miocic resulted to going to the breadbasket and stopping DC. You know what I'm saying? But good shit, Tone. Good shit. Your man D Hodges have people ready. Tone, hear him spit again on the show. D Hodges got it. Damn, that was funny, fam. Yes, class. I need to chop that part out and put that clip out. Hey, I have to, man. I have to get this workout in there, Mark. I gotta return, bro. I've been on here already for 4 hours, dog. I gotta get this in. Seriously, I gotta get this in, bro. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate everyone for stopping through, but I gotta get my shit in before fight night take place. I've been on here for 4 freaking hours already, and you know what? If I commit to talking MMA, I'm gonna be on here for another. And look, I'm gonna be starting a live for Terrence Crawford and them, you know, coming up. But yeah, man, I gotta bounce, man. I gotta abort mission and get this damn shit in, man. You know, I gotta get my hands to working. Gotta go work on some shit, and then I'll be back on a little bit later. Turn up and tune in to World Combat Sports.